Let's go over what we've got going on right now. First and foremost, we are down to a couple tornado warnings. The warnings north of Amarillo have expired tornado-wise. Those storms could still produce high winds, some hail. Not tornadic at this time. This storm east of Lake Tanglewood, west of Claude, has cycled. It has a new, large, and extremely dangerous tornado right now. This storm may have also turned right a bit. So, those of you in Claude, all the way to Interstate 40 on the west side where 287 merges. Folks, you need to take this thing seriously. I've realized most of the time when you get a tornado warning, you think it's going to be a little needle tornado or something that you can see off in the distance. This is probably a mile-wide tornado wrapped in rain. Alright? This is not the kind of tornado that simply goes away or ends up not causing problems. This is the kind of tornado that is a substantial threat to life and property. And that is exactly what we are watching right now. We're going to switch over to the correlation coefficient. This is where we can see debris in that little blue donut right there. Let me see if I can get roads to work for you. Let me see. It's going to be East Rockwell Road and Goathead Road. Big tornado there right now. This tornado is moving east, northeast. It's turned right a bit and may be a threat to Claude. Even if it's not a direct threat to Claude, it is going to cause major problems west of Claude, and then eventually cross Interstate 40 or let me rephrase that. It could be a significant threat to Washburn and Claude, or cross 287 between those two towns. We will get real lucky if that's what happens versus this going into town. This is a major tornado capable of producing damage that is life-threatening. This is going to likely pass closer to Claude than it will Washburn unless it takes a left turn. Eventually, this could be a threat to places like Conway and Lark on Interstate 40. Conway is right here, where my mouse is circled at 207 and Interstate 40. Alright? Supercell number 2, capable of producing baseball-size hail, and a tornado, is now well northeast of Happy. This storm is going to be a direct threat to life and property as well. It should pass very near Claude in about 40 minutes or less. Storms further south at this point are severe warned, but not tornadic. We've got severe storms in the Permian Basin from near west of Big Spring to east of Midland to Crane. Those are capable of doing 70-mile-an-hour winds, quarter to golf ball size hail, blowing dust. These are the two big ones that are capable of posing a major threat to life and property. Sorry, I'm multitasking again. But let's go over a few notes real quick. 1, the app isn't working. Now, why is the app not working? My apologies, our app, alright. Sorry, I'm multitasking again. Game reports our mobile app isn't working. That's interesting. I wonder why our mobile app's not working. Well, let me see if I can find out. Alright. So again, the big story right now is we have multiple supercells capable of producing significant tornadoes south and southeast of Amarillo. Large and extremely dangerous tornado 6 miles south of Washburn or 13 miles southwest of Claude, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. That was 1 minute ago. Radar indicates these are the tornado I just talked about is probably a high-end tornado, meaning it is capable of producing significant tornado damage. Sorry, I'm still multitasking. When you're a one-man show, you kind of have to do a lot of things at once, and at this exact second, I'm trying to figure out why our mobile app is not working. And if someone would like to let me know what error it's giving, I would greatly appreciate it. Alright, let's see if that'll work. Alright, debris signature noted on the storm north of Palo Duro Canyon State Park, crossing FM 1258 and moving north and east. Should be crossing 287 in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Some of you are having issues with our mobile app, some of you are not, which is interesting, but frankly, kind of what I expected today. It's kind of the day where nothing's going right, everything goes wrong, it's early season, you're still working off the rust. Unfortunately, we're also dealing with a significant tornado event. Alright, taking a look. Alright. What I'm gonna do is I think I know what's not working in the mobile app. I think folks assume the video's not working, and if that's right, I can fix that real quick. Yeah, I'm talking to myself, my apologies, and at least let me load a radar lobe for y'all real quick. Dangerous supercells in the Panhandle, by the way. These are producing tornadoes. At the same time, I'm trying to fix something real quick, which always is interesting when you're trying to multitask and do 20,000 things at once. But I don't want to take away from the seriousness of what's going on. 287 between Washburn and Claude. Significant tornado will be crossing Highway 287 in the next 10 minutes between Claude and Washburn. Essentially from the Interstate 40 split where 287 splits off and turns southeast, all the way down to Claude. Absolutely no travel right now. Ryan, I assume you're listening. Let me know if you have any issues. And if someone can check Jason's stream to see where he is, etc., and let me know if something goes on with that, I would greatly appreciate it. And that was a message to the staff. Alright, I'm going to do real quick. I think I know what is going on. I'm going to do... Those of you trying to use our mobile app, I'm going to... If it's just the live stream giving you issues, I'm going to reroute the live stream page to the direct video link I'm using right now. We'll just, stick with that. And that should take care of any issues. And let y'all watch this live coverage. My apologies, I know I'm babbling and multitasking, but you'll have to forgive me. We'll get back to it in just a second. And for those of you wanting to watch me live, you should now be able to do so in the app. Alright, we've got a new tornado warning. It's going to be for no radar data, of course. I love finding bugs in programs. Going to have a new tornado warning for the tornado currently in progress west of Claude. There's going to be a tornado warning for northern Armstrong and southern Carson counties in the Panhandle of Texas, east of Amarillo. Large and extremely dangerous tornado, 5 south of Washburn, 11 west of Claude, moving northeast at 35. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Now, we're kind of close to the radar, and we're starting to get some storm scale interference from the supercell farther southeast. So let's switch, and let's look at the velocity. And yeah, you may not be able to see a classic hook echo, but you can kind of see the velocity signature just a little. And by a little, I mean, yeah, you can see the velocity signature. This is going to be passing very close to Washburn, and then could pass close to Conway. Conway is where 207 hits I-40, right there. Let me see if I can get some roads. And see if that'll help. It's 287. It's County Road 5. Highway 207 going north out of Claude to Conway, and that's Interstate 40. So this tornado right now is very near County Road 5 and Echo Road. County Road 5 and Echo Road, southeast of Washburn, moving north-northeast. Going to cross over County Road 5 and probably cross over Highway 287 between County Road 5 and County Road 7, just east of Washburn, north of Claude. Now, I want to stress this. If this starts to occlude, it's going to try and take a bit of a left turn, which could place it even closer to Washburn. It's a small community right here. So we're dangerously close. Claude, from this circulation, unless for some reason this takes a hard right, we should be okay. Conway, which is where this I-40 label and Highway 207 meet up here. Conway, you need to take your tornado safety precautions now. This thing's going to pass very close to you. And for heaven's sake, nobody should be going west or east on Interstate 40 between Amarillo and Groom for at least the next hour. Taking a look at Supercell number 2, which is trying to become the dominant one, but hasn't yet. This Supercell is northeast of Happy. It's going to be crossing over Highway 207, probably near Claude. This one's kind of taking more of a direct line at Claude, and that's going to happen sooner than later. Oh, for heaven's sake. Stop it. Stop it. Possible tornadoes 20 miles southwest of Claude. This thing's moving northeast at about 50, so give or take 25 to 30 minutes. All right, let's take a look out, make sure we're not missing anything. We do note additional thunderstorms trying to fire up east of Lubbock. Those are not severe at this time. Storms coming through Amarillo are on the leading edge of the dry line. They could have gusty winds, blowing dust, the potential for small hail, maybe quarter-size hail. They are not tornadic. The 2 tornadic supercells we're dealing with right now, 1, 20 miles southwest of Claude, southeast of Amarillo. 2, just southeast of Washburn, about to cross 287 between Claude and Washburn. It's kind of rain wrapped now, but you can definitely see it on the velocity, and that is a big, bad, and very mad velocity signature, indicative of a major tornado in progress. You can see a debris signature showing up in that blue dot right there. So those of you using our mobile app, you should be able to watch us live now when you click on the live button. Now, let me see and make sure we're not missing anything. I want to... Okay, it's tornado crossing just south of Washburn on 287 right now. It's going to cross Interstate 40 around 4:40, so in about 15 minutes. Keeping an eye on Jason Cooley's live stream, which we'll just push live real quick. I don't know exactly where Jason is. If somebody can let me know that, I would greatly appreciate it. But I assume he is somewhere near this storm as it gets ready to cross 287 and or Interstate 40. We'll be keeping an eye out on Jason's stream, and we'll switch back to it if he ends up getting a view of anything. Alright, I'm hearing myself for some reason. I don't know why, but it stopped. So, alright, let's switch back and continue on our storm coverage. I'm going to keep an eye on Jason's stream. I'm going to assume that's not feedbacking. Let me make sure it's not. All right. Looks like we've got some new tornado warnings. So let's go ahead and zoom back out. We'll get back at it. Apologies for being distracted. Again, you can keep track of the storms using our free interactive weather radar on our website at texasstormchasers.com/radar or in our free mobile app. Tornado west of Lockley at 421. I just retweeted. Lockley is... Where'd they put that new tornado warning? All right. Got that. I'm going to close this off for now. All right, got a new tornado warning. It's going to be farther south. It's going to be for portion just east of Plainview. Let me turn off the road button. And we'll switch to the Lubbock radar and take a look at that. Tornado warning just east of Plainview. It's going to be just northwest of Lockney, moving northeast on about 50 miles an hour towards the town of Silverton. Technically includes Plainview, South Ward, does not include Lockney, does not yet include Silverton, but it probably will at some point. Looks like we had a brief tornado in this area around 4:21 p.m. Most of these storms are trying to drop tornadoes at one point or the other today. We've got a very favorable environment for tornadoes, and long-track tornadoes at that. The main storm that has been the one producing long-track tornadoes is the one passing just west of Claude, crossing Highway 287 right now. Alright, looks like Jason's lost data for the time being, but again, tornado warning now continues for several locations. One tornadic supercell east of Plainview, moving northeast towards Silverton at 50 miles an hour. Gonna have to keep an eye on these storms between Floydada and Rawls. They could attempt to go Tornadic 2 probably at this point. We don't... I say that. That might be a bit of a rotating signature right there. But at this point, it's not tornado warned. Storm east of Plainview, moving northeast at 50, capable of producing a tornado and damaging wind gust. We have tornadoes now a tornado crossing 287 west of Claude. Let me switch back to the closest radar site so we can get a good look at the low-level signature. You can see kind of a messier signature now, but let's see if the velocity is still there, and it is, so we likely do have a tornado that has just crossed 287 just east of Washburn, several miles west of Claude. Tornadic Supercell number 2, southwest of Claude, coming up towards Claude in a hurry. We note there is the possibility of baseball-size hail with this too, and this is moving northeast at about 40 to 50, should be in Claude within 15 minutes, and then we'll cross Interstate 40 between Groom and Conway in about 25 minutes. Tornado number 1 is going to be crossing the Interstate 40 within the next 5 minutes west of Conway, east of where Highway 552 splits off northeast. And this tornado did pass over the north entrance to Palo Duro Canyon State Park not too long ago, so definitely seen a increased signature with this supercell east of Plainview, northwest of Lockney. Potential is increasing for a tornado, and remember, based on the ingredients in place, there is the potential for stronger, long-lived tornadoes to continue for the next several hours, at least until storms scroll upscale. Alright, real quick, I'm taking a look at some video feeds. Again, you can keep an eye out on our interactive weather radar on our website at texasstormchasers.com/live. We're going to be keeping an eye on storms too. Now, the good news is these storms are going, by the time we have a squall line late tonight, that'll move eastward across the big country, the Concho Valley, northwest Texas. They're going to weaken before they make it into North Texas and the Interstate 35 corridor. So the threat for severe weather overnight is actually pretty low once you get east of Highway 281, which is good. Heading back up north. Tornadoes cross 287, heading up towards Interstate 40 at this point, west of Conway. But it looks like the signature has become a little less defined. There's still a tornado there, I have no doubt, but it looks a little less intense than it did a few minutes ago, which means it may be occluding, but we're going to have to see if it cycles up another tornado. That's what cyclic supercells do. But this storm's also having to deal with some interference from the supercell southwest of Claude. And if that takes over, that could produce a big tornado as it moves up towards Claude over the next 20 minutes. Regardless, we've got baseball-sized hail or larger falling in Claude in about 10 minutes or so, followed up by a potential tornado. This dangerous supercell will cross Interstate 40 within 25 minutes just west of Groom. Potential tornado will cross Interstate 40 between Highway 66 and 207 within the next 5 minutes or less. There's already big-time hail on the highway. But we're going to have to be watching for a tornado, too. Tornado potential is increasing with this cell southwest of Claude, by the way. We're keeping an eye on that. Further south, looking at the cell that is northeast of Plainview. Good size hail core with that. Let's check the storm relative velocity. A bit noisy for some reason, but let me see. Might have just had a bad radar scan, but not overly strong velocity showing up in the low levels at this second, but it did produce a tornado at about 4:20 p.m. and could produce another tornado at any time. Looking from Lubbock, you can see this storm near Claude has a very impressive hail core, which is another way of saying it has a very impressive updraft as well, which means the threat for tornadoes is increasing. That may be becoming the dominant supercell, in which case we're going to have to deal with the threat of tornadoes from this storm, and we'll have to see what Northern Storm does. Northern Storm's the one that's had the significant long-track tornadoes for over an hour now, and now we might be transitioning to the storm to the south, which would be a direct threat to Claude, and eventually pass near or west of Groom. Alright, let's take a look at some data real quick. Oh. Take a swig of water. Good size hail core southwest of Claude, moving northeast. Switch back over to the velocity data. Circulation that is just northeast of Washburn approaching Interstate 40 is looking weaker. Still tornado warning in place. Still probably a tornado. Well, yeah, there's still a tornado there. It looks a bit stronger this scan. We're so close to the radar, we're able to actually get a pretty good look at it. That's about a 90 to 100 mile per hour couplet. Still a tornado there, likely very near, well, let's find out. Very near Alpha Road, about a mile north of 287, west of County Road 8. And ironically, just had a report of a tornado northwest of Claude, near 287, near County Road 8. Well, there you go. That was really good real-time verification. Got a tornado now in progress south of Claude. Hook's starting to wrap around, so let's go ahead and take a look. We just got a spotted report. We do have a tornado now confirmed with this storm south of Claude. See a new radar scan in just a moment. See the hook wrapping around right there. It's rear flank downdraft coming around. So again, this is a pretty dangerous situation for Claude. This circulation may pass just east of Claude, but it's going to be close. Regardless, we do have a tornado now about 7 to 8 miles southwest of Claude, moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. You can see velocity couplet right there. Data just cut off because my radar program's having a bit of an aneurysm for some reason. Don't know why. See, we've got winds moving away about 30 and then 60, so about a 100-mile-per-hour gate-to-gate couplet. And we do have a spot report of a tornado in progress. In all likelihood, based on the favorable position of this storm, this thing could put down a big tornado soon, and it could stay down for quite a while. So those of you in Claude and Groom, I want you to pay very close attention to this storm. This is one of those that could put down one of those big tornadoes that stays down for a very long time. Again, Claude. Sorry, putting out a tweet real quick. Okay, it is 4:40 p.m. on the 13th of March, 2021, dealing with a tornado outbreak in the Texas Panhandle, the eastern Texas Panhandle, and west central Texas. We've had multiple significant tornadoes, including violent tornadoes that have stayed on the ground a long time. We're now dealing with our next one. This one's going to be a tornado about 8 miles southwest of Claude. That's going to be a town east of Amarillo on Highway 287 between Clarendon and Amarillo. This storm could put down a significant tornado at any time, and it could stay down for quite a while. This storm is going to be passing very near or just east of Claude in the next 15 minutes. Claude, you're likely starting to get in on some of the big hail. This storm could produce baseball or larger size hail, in addition to a significant tornado. Look at the velocity signature. You can see a couplet southwest of Claude. It's going to be moving northeast. The first storm that's been producing significant tornadoes, the velocity signature looks much weaker now. That's good. Nobody should be on I-40 right now between Amarillo and Groom. What I think is happening right now is the prior Tornadic Supercell, which is the supercell now on I-40 moving towards Panhandle, I think is starting to be disrupted by Tail End Charlie, this storm near Claude, which is obviously taken on a very impressive-looking visual appearance and could easily produce a significant tornado at any time. We know radar is now estimating the potential for hail up to the size of softballs. Whether or not that's happening, I don't know, but I'll tell you what, baseball-size hail or larger is a really good bet with this storm coming up into Claude. And again, this thing could put a tornado down at any time, and that tornado could stay on the ground for quite a long time. This tornado will be crossing Highway 207 near or a few miles south of Claude, and then passing over 207 south of Claude, then passing over 287 just east of Claude. Eventually, this storm could pose a direct threat to this town of Groom or pass over Interstate 40 just west of Groom. Regardless, this seems to be our most organized thunderstorm at this time. And it's one moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. We have a new tornado warning now. This is going to be for portions of Armstrong, Carson, Gray, and Donley counties. A confirmed tornado was located 5 miles southwest of Claude, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This tornado, in addition to a tornado, the potential is there for baseball-size hail. Now, let's talk about who's in this warning and who's not. Goodnight, Texas, you're technically in this tornado warning. I think this will probably stay a bit northwest of Goodnight. Nevertheless, you want to be in shelter. Groom, Lark, west side of Jericho, all the way up to just south of Pampa. This is a relatively long duration, long lead time tornado warning. You don't see them too often out in the Panhandle like this, but this storm is moving quickly and has a fairly high potential of producing tornadoes, so we want to give as much lead time as we can. Groom, Lark, Jericho, Conway, Claude, Goodnight. Tornado warning is in place for you. At this time, this warning does not include Pampa, does not include Howardwick, does not include McLean, does not include Skellytown, does not include LaFours. But those of you from Pampa to LaFours to west and north of McLean into Groom, be ready to act, all right? This thing's coming your way, and it's probably not going away anytime soon. All right, we haven't heard of any new tornado reports in the last few minutes, which is a good thing. Let's go ahead and drop south and see what's going on. We do note multiple new tornado warnings. We have a tornado warning now southwest of Floydada, east of Petersburg. It's going to be with a storm. That's a lot of track. Pretty good circulation moving up right towards Floydada. Well familiar with Floydada. I've been there many a times for many supercell photography opportunities. Let me go ahead and turn, see if we can get some road labels here. It's going to be County Road 81 and County Road 318. It's going to be northeast of that, moving up towards Floydada. This is only about 10 miles from Floydada, moving northeast at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. So those of you in Floydada, be ready to take your tornado safety, be ready to enact your tornado safety plans, rather. Tornado warning north of Lockney, northeast of Plainview, moving up towards Silverton. Let's take a look at the velocity signature on that. It's pretty noisy, but we know the storm's in an environment certainly capable of producing tornadoes, so we need to respect that. Keeping on going north. You can see, woo-wee, look at that. Two very distinct supercellular storm structures. Looking from Lubbock, the radar is maxed out on hail estimated size with the storm approaching Claude. You can see the storm that's been producing tornadoes all afternoon now approaching Panhandle. We're going to have to see if that storm continues to look less organized or if it's able to maintain its intensity. And there is a bit of a circulation very near Conway right now on radar. So if there's a tornado, it's probably very near Conway. As we go farther southwest, you can see a large rear flank downdraft coming down the backside of the circulation south of Claude by about 3 to 4 miles. Looking on reflectivity, you can see we have a very impressive hail core right over the town of Claude. And that's probably producing golf ball to baseball size hail. This storm's moving northeast. It could be a threat to Groom or just west of Groom on Interstate 40. Eventually, this could be a threat to LaFours. If it turns left a little, it could be a threat to Pampa. Regardless, nobody should be on I-40 right now from Amarillo to McLean, and at least for another 30 to 45 minutes. And if we have a tornado cross I-40, you might as well just keep sitting where you're at because the interstate's going to have issues. All right. Sorry, I'm just looking over data. Alright, for a second, you're going to probably see a blank screen. I'm going to reset my radar program for a second. It seems to be having a temper tantrum, because why not? See what I mean by temper tantrum? Isn't it interesting? The background should eventually load. Eventually. Alright. Reset it one more time, because obviously I break everything. My apologies. Welcome to technology. All right. Circulation now just south of Claude. Hail core is starting to move away from town. This storm's going to be moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. We're going to have to keep an eye on both these storms for signs of tornadoes and large hail. I'll say this, over the last 5 minutes, we've kind of decreased the intensity level of circulations a bit. We have a circulation just east of Conway on Interstate 40, moving northeast. That could be a threat to White Deer and Pampa if it continues. We've got another circulation that looks fairly broad for now, just south of Claude. But we also, prior to say golf ball to baseball size hail on Claude, this is going to be passing very near Groom in about 20 minutes or less on Interstate 40. Could also be a threat to Pampa and LaFours as it approaches 273 in about an hour. You can see, I mean, if you want to see how much rotation or spin we have in the atmosphere today, look at this little shower just south of Claude. It's got its own little hook. We've got a lot of spin. All right, we're going to pop on down there. Let's take a look at the circulation east of Plainview. I'm going to turn off some of these tracks. Switch from the how hard it's raining mode to the which way the wind is blowing mode, and we still see some rotation southwest of Floyd data, not as strong as it was a few minutes ago. Keeping an eye on this circulation southwest of Silverton. It's got a pretty good looking hook echo right there, but it also looks like these storms may be interfering with each other a bit, which is good. Earlier we had mostly a couple of storms out by themselves, and that's when we were dealing with a lot of tornadoes. Now we're starting to see a broken line of thunderstorms fire up all the way from Fort Stockton northward into west central Texas and the Texas Panhandle. That being said, these storms in the Panhandle, southeastern Panhandle, clearly continue to exhibit strong rotation and pose a tornado threat. Farther south, these storms that are southeast of Lubbock, we'll take a look real quick, from northeast of O'Donnell, east of Tahoka, moving towards Post, capable of producing large hail, damaging straight-line winds and blowing dust, but they don't really have the looks of something that is trying to become tornadic. You can see, looking at the radar data, which way the wind's blowing, it's mostly straight-line wind. It's one direction. As we go farther south, we'll take a look at the storms in the eastern Permian Basin that are moving towards the western Big Country and western Concho Valley. You can see some of those pinks. Those are strong surges of straight-line winds, but these are linear thunderstorms, which helps reduce the overall tornado risk. And there's definitely a potential for quarter to golf ball size hail, damaging straight-line winds and blowing dust. You can see this storm that's near Stanton kind of bowing out a bit. That's probably where we're seeing some enhanced straight-line winds. And the radar does confirm that, showing about 65 mile per hour wind gusts. So let's go ahead and head back north. We've got a new tornado warning for the Floyd Data Supercell. So we'll take a look at that and then head back north and keep covering the storms as best as we can. All right, I'm going to switch that to that. All right, got a new tornado warning. This does include the city of Floyd Data, Cedar Hill, Texas in West Texas, not Cedar Hill, Texas in the Metroplex. There's two Cedar Hill, Texases. This is the Cedar Hill, Texas in West Texas. Let's not have any confusion. And Muncie, Texas. This is going to be a storm capable of producing a tornado 4 miles southwest of Floyd Data, moving northeast at 40. You can see we do have a pretty good little hook echo showing up now, along with a thunderstorm farther southeast that could either interfere with the circulation or briefly enhance it. Storm moving northeast could produce a tornado very near Floyd Data, and then moving northeast of Floyd Data from there into relatively rural areas. Could be a threat to Turkey in about an hour and a half. Farther north, we've got a tornadic supercell southwest of Silverton by 10 to 15 miles. The potential for strong rotation there. You can kind of see a circulation about 8 miles west of 207, about 10 to 15 southwest of Silverton. This storm's moving northeast towards Silverton. Potential for golf ball size hail or larger, in addition to a tornado. Silverton, expect to be under a tornado warning soon. Heading back up to our tornadic producing machines, we've got kind of a messy looking radar image on the reflectivity, But as we switch over to the storm relative velocity, you can kind of get a better idea of what we got going on. We have one circulation that is southeast of Panhandle, just northeast of Conway. That's moving northeast. That could be a threat to Pampa. Have a new tornado warning that includes Panhandle, White Deer, Skellytown, just southwest of Pampa. Second circulation is going to be passing near or just southeast of Pampa, and then LaFour is in about an hour. Circulation is just south of Claude. Hail core should now be around or just northeast of Claude. You can see a bit of a hook echo there. It's still kind of disorganized in terms of the reflectivity structure, but I think this has a good chance of trying to organize and become more prolific of a tornado machine. Or let me rephrase that more efficiently. I think there's a good chance this tries to put a tornado down at some point soon. So those of you in Groom, you need to take it seriously. Hail core will be crossing Interstate 40 just west of Groom soon, and then Groom proper, you could have a tornado in or west of town in the next 15 minutes. Then eventually both these storms are going to be making their way towards Pampa, LaFour's, White Deer, and Skellytown. So we're going to have to keep an eye on them. The circulation that is northeast of Conway. It's not your classic Panhandle-looking supercell structure, but there is a bit of a circulation clearly showing up. It looks a bit better defined than it did earlier, so we're going to have to see if this is able to put down another tornado. It's not like the structure we saw earlier where we had a classic hook echo with your debris ball, your tornado debris signature, and a 200-mile-an-hour gate-to-gate couplet. This is a weaker circulation for now, but it has the potential to produce a tornado. Looking farther south towards Claude, yeah, we still see circulation. It's not as impressive looking as we've seen others look today, but again, it doesn't take much for these to try and spin back up. And tornado warnings remain in place. Let's not downplay that at all. If you're in these tornado warnings, you should be in shelter. You should have been in shelter 15 minutes ago, because we've been on here for over an hour now talking about this. Alright, looks like we do have a new tornado warning now for Silverton. That's going to be the cell down in Silverton. We'll talk more about that in a second. Again, tornado warnings up in the eastern Texas Panhandle. One potential tornado a few miles southeast of Panhandle moving towards White Deer and eventually Skellytown, perhaps Pampa. Second potential tornado with a new developing hook echo near Claude moving northeast should pass just west of Groom on Interstate 40. Then eventually perhaps also threatening Pampa and LaFour's. Farther south, let's take a look at the storms near Silverton. It's going to be a tornado warning until 5:30 p.m. And while I'm at it, I'm going to actually turn some of these buttons on. It's going to be a tornado warning for Silverton till 5:30 p.m. Potential tornado is going to be about 9 miles east of Clarenville or 11 southwest of Silverton, moving northeast at 40. So this will probably be in Silverton the next 15 minutes. The velocity keeps bugging out on this version of the radar. I'm going to take a look at a different program that is better able to analyze the data. And there is a circulation. It's not overly strong, but certainly possibly could produce a tornado, and we just did get a report of a tornado east of Clarenville. So we do have a tornado that has been confirmed with this storm moving up towards Silverton. Have a report of a house damaged with this tornado east of Clarenville. So again, we do have a confirmed tornado now about 10 miles southwest of Silverton, moving northeast towards Silverton at 40 miles an hour. Silverton, Texas, tornado in progress 10 miles southwest of town, heading your way. Take a look at the Floyd data supercell. We've got good hail core passages north of town. Honestly, not an overly impressive velocity signature in the low levels right now with this storm, which is good. But these things can quickly change and produce tornadoes. Farther south, we've got a line of storms capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail from near Rawls to just west of Post, all the way down into the eastern Permian Basin to just west of Big Spring, all the way south-southwest to near Stanton to Crane. Midland to Odessa, your threat should be over. Up in the Panhandle in West Texas, it's a plethora of red boxes. So let's go all the way back north. First off, if you are in Amarillo, it's raining. Tornadic weather's to your east. We see a new storm trying to fire up west of Happy, just off the dry line at this point. That could have some small hail in it. No tornado threat, with that storm right now. Storms from near Claude to Panhandle, different story. We've got tornado warnings. One circulation now east of Claude by about 3 miles, moving northeast towards Groom. One circulation southeast of Panhandle by about 2 to 3 miles, moving northeast towards White Deer. You can see a new scan there and a new scan there. So again, short-term concerns. Groom and Interstate 40 around Groom. It's going to be east of Claude. It's going to be east of Conway. Circulation, northern circulation, southeast of Panhandle, moving up towards White Deer. I do want to put an early call out. Pampa, LaFours. Don't be shocked if you're dealing with tornado warnings in the next hour. Just going to say it. You've got 2 tornadic supercells heading your way. It doesn't take a math genius or Sheldon to realize, hey, big scary bad storms to the southwest moving northeast. Pay attention. Okie dokie. Alright, I'm going to take a quick look at things. And again, those of you wanting to see our live interactive weather radar, you can do so over on our website at texasstormchasers.com/radar. All right, looks like that's back up. That'd be nice. What I'm doing now is I'm setting up some new data feeds so I can keep a better eye on everything. Sorry, I'm just one person, so sometimes I have to stop talking and handle a few things. Even though I have 6 computer monitors around me, it never seems like enough. Alright, we're going to press that. We're going to log in with that. Take it. All right. Here, we're going to let's take a statewide view. Let me cut down on some of the cities showing up. And we'll take a look at what we have going on across the state right now. Let me turn off that local radar. We'll switch on the higher resolution radar and some satellite imagery. You can see the eastern 2/3, eastern 75% of Texas. It's quiet. It's cloudy, it's warm, it's windy, it's humid, but it's quiet. The eastern half of Texas, you are not going to be dealing with severe weather today or tonight. In fact, if you're east of Highway 281, you probably aren't going to be dealing with severe weather tonight. Now, it's going to storm late tonight, like around midnight thereafter, and storms and rain are going to move into the I-35 corridor from San Antonio to Dallas and Oklahoma, but those storms should be weakening as they move east. What we're watching right now are the storms that are east of the dry line from east of Dalhart to east of Amarillo all the way down to east of Midland. Now, a couple interesting notes. There is one heck of a dust storm going on in the Trans-Pecos west of the dry line. That orange, that is dust showing up. Let me switch to a different product. You should be able to see it. That pink, that's all blowing dust. So we got one heck of a dust storm. So as the dry line moves east, don't be surprised if you end up with dust, some blowing dust. Now, we're going to press this. We're looking at visible satellite imagery along with infrared imagery. It's a combination, so it's just the brighter the colors, the colder the cloud tops. We'll switch back to your traditional satellite. Storms in a broken line now from near Guyman, Oklahoma, south through Borger, Texas, to Claude, to Floydada, to Rawls, to Post, to just west of Big Spring, to east of Midland, to Crane. Strongest storms in the Panhandle that are tornado warned could have baseball-sized hail and the potential for tornadoes, hence tornado warnings. Whoop-de-doo. Severe thunderstorm warnings from east of Lubbock south, potential for quarter to golf ball size hail, winds up to 70 miles an hour, and blowing dust. And localized flooding, too, for good measure. So let me see if I can actually loop this. I'm going to switch it back real quick and use this method. This might look pretty cool, to be honest. Here's the last hour. You can see we've had the dry line and a broken line of storms continue moving east. West of Interstate 27, you're mostly in the clear for now. Blowing dust, certainly possible. We'll have to see if any isolated storms fire up again, but for now, it's quiet west of Interstate 27. Broken line of storms now from just northeast of Fort Stockton all the way up to near Guyman, Oklahoma, along the leading edge of a dry line. This eventually is going to be a situation where we have a squall line move east overnight from northwest of Del Rio all the way into Oklahoma. But the storms, once they make it east or around Highway 281 and they're east, they should be weakening. The primary tornado threat will be the next few hours with these discrete supercells. Once they start congealing into a squall line, which they might be trying to do now, might not be, the threat for longer-lived significant tornadoes will decrease, but we'll still have to deal with brief embedded tornadoes in the squall line, while damaging winds and hail become the primary threats. Okie dokie, artichoke? Okie dokie. Let's switch back to the high-resolution weather radar and take a look at what we have going on. Yeah, we might have some small hail with this thunderstorm coming up on Canyon and Happy. That is not a tornadic thunderstorm, but will hamper first responder efforts. Switching back to the which way the wind is blowing mode, because why not? That's a strong circulation. Looks like we finally do have a tornado with this second storm halfway between Claude and Groom. Again, probable tornado now moving towards Groom, Texas. This would be a tornado that could stay down for a while. This is what we call gate-to-gate couplet. Winds moving away from the radar about 50 miles an hour, winds moving towards the radar about 33 miles an hour, and they're pixel to pixel, which is a strong indication we do have a tornado or a developing tornado. We know to develop a circulation south of Claude again. Let me go ahead and see what that's like on radar, and that's just a random shower, but okie dokie. Then we have a circulation southeast of Panhandle. This could be moving towards White Deer. I'm hopeful that's more of a straight line wind situation, but we're going to have to wait and see. But our primary focus is on the tornado that seems now to be occurring between Claude and Groom. You can see the hook echo there with that. Well, here, let me switch. Let me turn the telestrator back on, make it a color that's not white, or excuse me, not yellow, since it's kind of hard to see a yellow telestrator when you're dealing with radar that doesn't involve snow. Right there, you see that how that hook's kind of wrapping around like that? Switch over to the velocity data, and there you go, that's your circulation. So that's probably a tornado that's in the development stage, if not occurring right now. Now, this isn't an overly strong couplet, so if we have a tornado there, it's probably not one of the big, bad, scary ones, but it doesn't matter. If a tornado hits your house, it's going to be a big, bad, scary one. Let's see what it does over the next few minutes, but certainly this does raise the concern that a tornado is in progress or developing and heading towards Groom. So we're going to have to wait and see what the latest radar scan does, but could certainly have a tornado in progress. For those of you familiar with the area, about 4 miles south of Lark in Interstate 40, or about 7 to 6 miles southwest of Groom in Interstate 40. Regardless, you do not want to be on Interstate 40 right now. Not only because, you know, scary tornado, but, oh yeah, it's hailing. Farther south, we still... Ooh, that is a nasty hail core right over Silverton. Let's take a look at that. Potential rotation near or just south of Silverton. The potential for golf ball size hail falling in Silverton right now. We'll switch to the Lubbock radar and take a look at that. Get a different look, and yeah, look at that inflow notch just south of Silverton. Clearly a sign of a well-organized, rotating supercell thunderstorm. So could definitely have a tornado trying to develop just south of Silverton. It could pass just south and east of Silverton. It could pass near Silverton. We're looking a few thousand feet above the surface, and there's some tilt involved with the radar beams. Radar beams from the radar, or the radomes, they go straight out in a straight line. The Earth curves. Farther away you are from a radar, the higher up in the atmosphere the radar beam looks. So what we're seeing here a few thousand feet up might not be the exact spot. It could be at the surface, because thunderstorms with wind shear, they tilt. They're not straight up and down typically, like you'd see in the summer months. When there's wind shear, they tilt. So what might be showing up here at the few thousand feet up could be a half a mile or a mile farther west or east. In reality, by the time you get all the way down to the surface. Now, let's go back up. Well, actually, check on Floyd Data Stormy. The original storm that threatened Floyd Data has now moved northeast of town. Doesn't look as intense. If anything, there's a new circulation about 7-8 miles south of Floyd Data with a developing thunderstorm. And it looks like another round of hail's trying to make its way into Floyd Data. So we'll have to keep an eye on this supercell. South and east of Floyd Data, you notice there's a bit of a... break in between the precip. So we'll have to keep an eye on that and see if it takes on more of an intense supercellular struggle. Or intense supercellular struggle. No, that's the struggle is me trying to vocalize my words correctly. Words should be structure. Alright. For now, let's go back up to Claude. I want to see what this storm is doing. A little bit of couple inflow notches, really. You've got one just east of Claude. You've got one just southwest of Groom. You've got one east of Panhandle. Pretty messy looking in terms of reflectivity. So let's switch over to velocity, and that'll show us where we've got strong areas of rotation. We've got a strong area of rotation about, let's just play with the line tool, about 6 miles east-southeast of Panhandle. That's moving northeast towards White Deer and eventually could impact Pampa. We've got very strong circulation and a higher threat of a tornado now 7 miles southwest of Groom or 8 miles northeast of Claude. This is going to pass very near or just west of Groom. All right? If anything, this is probably the most intense looking circulation we have at the moment. Checking the debris tracker, we don't see any big blue circles of doom, so we don't have debris being detected by the weather radar, which is good. That doesn't mean there's not a tornado, it just means the tornado's not lofting debris high enough for the radar to see, which is always a good omen. Heading south again, we have the storm over Silverton, potential for golf ball to baseball size hail, and a tornado. Looking farther south, let me switch back to the Lubbock radar again, and we'll take a look. And we do have a new tornado warning for the cell south of Floyd Data. New tornado warning for Floyd Data. This includes Floyd Data just west of Matador. So again, if you are in Floyd Data, take your shelter. You've got hail coming, and you've got a tornado possibly southeast of town again. That is a circulation that should hopefully stay east of Floyd Data proper, but is going to cross Highway 70 between Matador and Floyd Data. We'll have to see how that storm tracks. Farther south from there, we've got storms capable of producing golf ball size hail and wind gusts of 70 miles an hour. Let me switch my thing here so we can actually list some good names. Roughly from Rawls to Caprock to Canyon Valley to northwest of Post. Storms moving east at about 60 miles an hour. They're flying. They don't have to stop at stop signs either. Severe storms extend farther south all the way from Gale to Big Spring to just east of Strawberry, west of Garden City, all the way farther south into the eastern Permian Basin. Let me switch radars so we can get a better view at that. And you can see we've got severe storms that extend east, northeast of Crane, west of Garden City. Let me switch a setting and we can actually see more towns again. That should help a bit. North of Rankin and west of Garden City. These are not tornadic looking storms. These are straight line wind makers and blowing dust makers and hail makers. So, again, lots of blowing dust, lots of wind, hail, heavy rain with these storms developing along the dry line into the eastern Permian Basin. And all this brown you see out west of the dry line from Fort Stockton and Alpine West, that's blowing dust. That is a lot of blowing dust on satellite imagery. I'm going to switch to a different product that will highlight the dust in pink. And that's a lot of dust. I'll loop the radar real quick. Or I'll loop the satellite data real quick. You can see that's just dust. I'll switch it back to true color, and you can probably see all the dust moving, you know, once the radar loads. Or satellite loads. You can see that's a lot of dust getting kicked up behind the dry line. You can see our thunderstorms bubbling up and moving east. You can see our big thunderstorms that have been producing tornadoes now east of Amarillo. So let me stop that. We'll press some buttons. We'll go ahead and switch back to the Amarillo radar. Now keep in mind, I'm trying to focus on the most dangerous, intense storms. If we're not talking about the storms near you, that's probably a good thing. Quarter to golf ball size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. Dangerous in their own right, but not to the point where you're going to have a mile-wide tornado try and hit you. Oh, come on, radar. Be nice. Thank you. All right, new tornado warning now for the cell southwest of Clarendon. It's going to be a tornado warning until 6 p.m. for southeastern Armstrong and southwestern Donley counties in the Texas Panhandle. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado 17 miles west of Bryce or 20 miles north of Silverton or southwest of Clarendon, moving northeast at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. In fact, a very good reflectivity and velocity couplet showing up with this one. This one's actually one of the better looking velocity couplets we've seen in the last 45 minutes. So let's go ahead and put a storm track on this. See how fast. I think it's moving at 25. I don't know if it's moving to 25 or not. Let's go ahead and see. Nah, I don't think that's moving to 25, but regardless, take it seriously. Pretty strong looking couplet east of Silverton. We're looking from the Amarillo radar, so we're looking at the mid levels of the thunderstorm, not the low levels, but nevertheless, pretty strong looking supercell near Silverton and points east. That could produce a tornado too, and ooh, look at that inflow notch. Yeah. Storms developing back on Highway 87 and Interstate 27 around Canyon. Could produce small hail. These are not tornadic. These are tornadic. Got a good little... You can see the inflow coming in and a hook echo west-southwest of Groom. Circulation broad, but clearly there. Same story with the circulation about 7 miles east of Panhandle. By far, for the moment, this is the most impressive circulation, well southwest of Clarendon, moving up towards 287 and Clarendon. All right, Clarendon, Clarendon, Clarendon. Say it enough? Okie dokie. Pay attention. That's heading your way. That could produce a tornado. Switching back to the Lubbock radar, see if we can get a better look at this storm near Silverton. I don't know why the radar is being mean with that, but... Here is the reflectivity structure. Potential tornado would be near Silverton, moving northeast away from town soon. Clear angry supercell southeast of Floydada now. Potential tornado would be near, we're looking a few thousand feet up, but it would be several miles southeast of Floydada. This could be a threat to Matador, or just north of Matador, but either way, that is a mean-looking and well-organized supercell near Floydada. So those of you in Floydada, south and east of Floydada, pay attention. That could be a dangerous tornado-producing supercell moving east-northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So, yeah, we've got a lot of storms to deal with, but it's going to be okie dokie. I'll say this. We haven't had indications of any long-track violent tornadoes for about the last 45 minutes to an hour. We've kind of transitioned, at least for the moment, back towards brief tornado spin-ups with hail and damaging straight-line winds. I'm not saying we're done with the longer-track tornadoes, but for the moment, it looks like the storms are fighting each other to try to become dominant, which reduces the threat for the longer-lived tornadoes, but we still have to watch closely, because if any of these storms could become dominant, aka the one near Floydada, or the one near Silverton, or the one near Clarendon, or any of these, for example, they could put down another significant tornado. Alright, I'm going to press some buttons. And you can clearly see that with this storm that's southwest of Clarendon and, again, near Silverton. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be right back, and then we'll continue our severe weather coverage with Texas Storm Chasers. I'm David Rammer. Alright, I'm David Reimer, back at it. Let's take a look at what we have going on real quick. Alright. It's the 13th of March, 2021, about few minutes before 5:30, covering a severe weather outbreak in the Texas Panhandle and West Texas. Going to go ahead and cover the tornado warnings first, then we'll take a look at the state as a whole. Go ahead from north to south. We have a broken line of thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes from near Skellytown and White Deer south through Groom, south to Clarendon, south to just north of Silverton. Then we have big angry supercell near Floyd Data moving towards Matador. What we're going to do now is we're going to switch from the how hard it's raining mode to the which way the wind's blowing mode and try and pick out specific areas of rotation. One, I'll call it modest area of rotation is near White Deer, moving up towards Pampa. Another area of rotation near Groom looked a little more impressive about 15 minutes ago, but for the moment has weakened again a bit, but still remains, so keep an eye on it. This one, southwest of Clarendon, is probably one of the more concerning ones we've seen lately. It could try and spin up into a tornado pretty easily. As we continue looking south, we've got another severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado northeast of Silverton. This is going to be making its way northeast and could be a threat to, let me see, should stay west of Leslie and could eventually pass south of Clarendon in about an hour. Got another tornadic supercell near Floyd Data. Pretty good looking velocity signature showing up several miles northeast of Floyd Data. This could be a threat to Highway 70 between Matador and Turkey. If we can path it just right, it'll pass between both towns. Pretty good looking hail core and velocity signature. Kind of a reorganizing phase going on here, it looks like, where the storm or storms are trying to fight each other to become dominant. We're going to have to wait and see if one's able to take hold, and if so, we could see the threat of a tornado increase. Farther south, we've got a line of severe storms capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail, maybe a bit bigger in spots, all the way from Rawls to Post to Big Spring, south into the eastern Permian Basin, down to McCamey and Fort Stockton. We'll switch to the Midland radar. You can see it's not a solid line. We've got breaks where there's just some rain or nothing. Others, we've got hail cores. So regardless, likely seeing some straight line winds of 50 to 70 miles an hour, blowing dust, brief heavy rain, and again, some pockets of hail. The threat for tornadoes is lower farther south than it is up north, but it is not zero. Meanwhile, a look at that, we just lost some of our tornado warnings. Whether or not they're going to be reissued in a moment is to be determined, but at least the map looks a little quieter for the moment. All right. So the good news is, at least for this moment, and we'll see if they get rewarned, we do not have tornado warnings north of Interstate 40. That's good. So White Deer, Skellytown, Pampa, no more tornado warnings for now. Groom, no more tornado warning for now, although I'm keeping an eye on that circulation north of Groom that could make its way towards LaFours and maybe the south side of Pampa, just in case that intensifies. That's kind of borderline on the verge of needing a tornado warning. Have a strong circulation that definitely has a tornado warning southwest of Clarendon. I'll go ahead and do some line distance here. This is 15 miles southwest of Clarendon, moving northeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. Honestly, wouldn't be shocked if it's moving faster than that. So Clarendon, this one's coming towards you. I've been in Clarendon many a times when high precipitation supercells head your way. So hopefully it's like the others. You get some rain, you get a little bit of hail, some lightning, and you don't get a tornado. But tornado warning's in effect. Please don't taunt the storm by ignoring the tornado warning, because then it will make a tornado and it'll come right for you. And we learned last year, don't taunt the stormies. Okay? And yes, stormies is a nickname. Yes, I expect there will be comments and hashtags from it. That's okie dokie. Circulation with a supercell northeast of Silverton in a fairly rural area, which is good, but if this thing manages to hit one house, that's bad. Haven't heard any reports of a confirmed tornado in that area for a while. Let me go ahead and see how far northeast of Silverton this is. This is about 15 miles northeast of Silverton, moving northeast. Eventually, it might end up threatening places like Headley, Lakeview. If it turns right a little, it could be a threat to Memphis. And then farther to the south, we have Floydada. I've been to Floydada many times. I've had to have a picture on my wall somewhere of a supercell in Floydada about 8 years ago. So let's go ahead and switch over to the how hard it's raining or hailing mode. And ooh, somebody's getting a hailstorm. Hopefully it's not you, but yeah, that's some pretty good sized hail right there. Let's switch to the estimated hail product on the radar. And keep in mind, this is just the radar's estimating to try to figure out hail size. It's not going to usually be that big when it reaches the surface, but the radar thinks there's baseball-sized hail there. Now the radar thinks the world's ended and turned into Barney, but what we're going to do instead of having Barney is we're just going to switch back to that, and oh look, Barney's gone. Sad. Hail core there should be passing near or north of Matador in about 20 to 30 minutes. Golf ball to baseball-sized hail with that. Storms farther south continue to produce wind and up to 70 miles an hour in spots, along with sporadic quarter to golf ball size hail. Again, we're trying to focus on the most life-threatening intense storms, and those are the ones that are tornadic. So if we're not talking about your storm, it's not because we don't like you, it's just because you're not trying to get killed by a tornado. If you're trying to get killed by a tornado, we'll talk about your storm. Otherwise, assume your storm might be capable of producing some hail and some gusty winds. Back to the storms that are trying to do bad things. All right. So, angry hailer east of Floydada, passing near or north of Matador and south of Turkey. Angry storms with potential tornadoes northeast of Silverton, another southwest of Clarendon, and that is what we call a high precipitation supercell, because you're not going to see anything because it's wrapped in rain and hail and the occasional flying cow. But let's not have flying cows, please. Thank you. Switching back to the velocity mode, you can see we've got a pretty good look in circulation, again, northeast of Silverton, but we're also looking pretty far away from the radar and high up in the storm. Let me see if I can get this to tell me what the elevation is. I may not, but I can at least do it from circulation northeast of Silverton and about 2,800 feet above the surface with the circulation southwest of Clarendon. So we're not looking at tornado scale features here. We're looking at mesoscale features or the mesocyclones per se. Clarendon, you're going to want to be in shelter. This thing drops a tornado, it's going to be coming right at you, and you're not going to see it because it is wrapped in rain. Potential tornado about 15 miles northeast of Silverton in a fairly rural area, but if you manage to be the person having a house in that area, you need to take shelter. Otherwise, storms north of I-40 have generally weakened. We do not see any tornado scale circulations at this time. A weak circulation north of Groom we're keeping an eye on, but otherwise the storms have generally weakened considerably once they got north of I-40, which is good. The storm now coming up on Pampa is the one that managed to put down two big-time tornadoes, one of which was probably close to a mile wide, close to Happy and south of Canyon earlier. It is now weakened. It is now a typical thunderstorm. Heavy rain, some small hail, gusty winds, no tornado. Higher instability in the more probable zone for tornadoes, at least in the short term, seems to be from the cell near and east of Floydada up to Clarendon. But we notice that these are definitely starting to what we call line out. You see, we're taking more of a squall line appearance, a linear mode versus a discrete out by themselves supercellular storm mode. We could still have embedded supercells and embedded circulations, mind you, but the overall threat for longer-lived tornadoes would be decreased. That being said, we're going to be watching these two storms carefully because they're still in an environment quite supportive of tornadoes and the threat of a stronger tornado at that. At this point, circulation southwest of Clarendon continues to look relatively impressive. No ground truth at this point, and it's in the middle of nowhere. It's completely wrapped in heavy rain and hail, so we probably wouldn't know about it, even if someone was half a mile away from it. Cell northeast of Silverton will be moving up towards the east and south sides of Clarendon after first storm, and could be a threat to Headley on 287 and Highway 273 and 203 eventually. So that is what we have going on right now. Alright, just had golf ball size hail down in Big Spring. Not a surprise. I'm going to take a moment and look at some data. Ryan, if you're listening, check your email. You probably have one from Facebook. Well, you probably don't because it's not sending for the moment. Well, now you do. See if that fixes and lets you post as the page. Alright, sorry, mixing my little drink here. Again, one-man show. Not a TV station, obviously. One day I'll have a green screen behind me, but until then, you get to deal with random me. And while we have a bit of downtime, per se, and I say that word loosely because taunting Mother Nature is not a good thing to do, I am going to snack. In this case, caffeine. All right. So, I'm going to do some housekeeping. Let me zoom out. And I'm going to turn everything off. Turn on the satellite and the regional radar and warnings. And while I do some chores real quick, I am going to leave this on. So give me just a few minutes. I'll leave my mic on, but I'm doing some chores real quick. My computer's gonna beep at me because it's rude. Now, the good news is, for those asking about areas farther east, DFW, we do not expect severe weather tonight. It is going to storm after about 2 a.m. Rain and storm. Severe weather, not likely. Storms tonight, once they grow up, scale into a squall line, will move eastward across northwest Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, the potential for some gusty winds, locally damaging winds, could have quarter to golf ball size hail, and we could have brief tornadoes. That squall line is going to outrun the instability axis as it moves east around Highway 281, and by the time it reaches I-35 from, well, Oklahoma all the way down into the hill country, we shouldn't have to be dealing with any severe storms. There'll be your typical storms, some gusty winds, some heavy rain, lightning, etc. But nothing like we've been dealing with this afternoon in the Panhandle in West Texas, thankfully. Alright. And Ryan, I'm doing that for you right now, hopefully. Circulation southwest of Clarendon may be trying to wrap up. It looks like it is going to stay west of town, probably. But we're going to have to keep an eye on it. If new circulation forms or we end up having a cycle occur, we'll have to make sure the circulation doesn't try and trek a bit closer to town. Ryan, it says you're still pending. I don't know. You know, I'm going to rant real quick while we have a chance. Facebook's been changing everything again. So, as the page, we have, 10 different people that used to be able to post to the Facebook page. Now it's just me, because Facebook decided to make it to where they can't and only I can. So, thanks, Facebook, for making our lives difficult. I know you have to try and do it every 6 months or so, but thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Okay, that's my rant for the hour. Okay, a new tornado warning now for Clarendon, Howardwick, Ashtola, Leela Lake, Isco, and Jericho. Tornadic circulation is going to be about 9 miles southwest of Clarendon, moving northeast at 20. Might be moving a bit faster than that. Oh, I just figured out what was wrong with the Facebook page. Well, we're going to fix that right now. Because they had to go and change everything again. We can get all that fixed. My apologies, I'm having to do some chores real quick. Normally I'm not on a live stream for this long. Tornado 10 miles southwest of Clarendon. Clarendon, you got 10 minutes before tornado shows up into town. We're going to focus on that in just a minute. I just need to finish this one task, and then I will resume my tornado coverage in detail. Usually we have an event or two to get rid of any rust or fix any issues we may have had develop, but unfortunately, we started off with a bang this year. And yeah, we've got some rust to work on. Some, for example, live streaming video from the field today didn't work out as I wanted it to, but those are things you figure out pretty quick and you're able to fix. Ryan, you should have a Facebook notification. Alright, that'll do for now. Hopefully got the Facebook thing fixed. Alright, my apologies for that. Let's go ahead and turn on the high-res radar again. We'll get back into the more detailed severe weather coverage. Sometimes you gotta do chores, and unfortunately sometimes that does not coincide with being able to turn off the live stream. But it was easier just to leave the live stream on and take care of that real quick. Alright, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, and we did just have a report of a tornado less than 5 minutes ago, about 7 to 8 miles southwest of Clarendon. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to look at the velocity and see if we can see what's going on. We have two circulations showing up with this thunderstorm southwest of Clarendon in the southeastern Texas Panhandle. That's number 1, that's number 2, and now you see why I never went to art class. Eastern circulation could threaten the city of Clarendon. Western circulation should stay west of Clarendon. One of these had a tornado a few minutes ago. I'm not sure which one, but we have two circulations. Both could put a tornado down. Both should be taken seriously. Both are probably wrapped in rain. Eastern one could threaten Clarendon. So if you're in Clarendon, you have less than about 5 minutes before these move into town. Be in a safe place now. You should have been in a safe place 25 minutes ago. Looking south, first off, someone's about to get hailed on. Second off, this should stay north of Matador. It's going to be north of Matador. Ooh, nice hook echo in Motley County. It's going to be crossing Highway 70, probably 5 to 7 miles northwest of Motley County. Matador. It's going to be a potential tornado there. Potential for golf ball to baseball size hail. So again, mainly rural areas, but it's going to be crossing Highway 70 between Turkey and Matador in the next 5 to 10 minutes, moving northeast. We have severe storms all the way down the dry line, capable of producing golf ball size hail winds of 60 to 70 all the way into the eastern Permian Basin. Again, we're focusing on the most intense storms right now that are capable of producing tornadoes, as they have the greatest threat to life and property. Okie dokie, artichoke, okie dokie, artichoke. Switch back to the high-res radar. It's what we call a high precipitation supercell. It is mean. It is not easy to chase him, and it makes storm spotting that much more difficult. First off, potential tornado now very close to the city of Clarendon. Even if there's not a tornado, we're probably seeing inflow winds over 70 miles an hour. So Clarendon, you need to be in shelter now. If this thing spins a tornado up, it is going to do it right in town. So again, Clarendon, you are out of time. Anybody who might be, for some reason, popping on social media or digital media platform, by chance, out of the very low probability someone from Clarendon pops in and sees me, get to shelter now. You're out of time. All right? Red is wind moving away from the radar. The blue and green, wind moving towards the radar. Wind of about 60 to 70 moving towards the radar. Winds of about 25 to 30 moving away from the radar. Golf ball size hail may be falling in Clarendon at this time. We're getting a tornado vortex signature now just southwest of Clarendon. So this thing may be trying to put a tornado down as it moves into Clarendon. All right. After that, this could be a direct threat to McLean. McLean. I like McLean. They've got a pretty good restaurant on the north side of McLean, actually, right at 273. Threat to McLean in about 30 to 50 minutes. This storm will be heading your way, and it actually honestly looks better organized than it did earlier. It doesn't look like it's fighting off any other storms. It's a big HP supercell, high precipitation supercell for sure, but at least it's kind of out by itself again. There's no cells southeast of it impeding the inflow of warm, unstable air. So might be having to deal with this storm again for a while. It'll eventually be crossing Interstate 40 near McLean, probably in about 45 minutes. McLean. Howard-Wick, you've got heavy rain. You might have some hail right now, but the threat of a tornado should stay just to your east. I filmed a tornado in Howard-Wick in 2016, just west of the community there. Weird neighborhood, by the way. We're going to switch back over to the which way the wind is... I'll tell you what, the reflectivity signature just came in. That hook's trying to wrap around right into Clarendon. And that's worrisome because, one, even if there's not a tornado, there's probably very strong rear flank downdraft winds in Clarendon. And two, there probably is a tornado. We're going to know pretty quick here because I'm sure there's a lot of folks in Clarendon. You might not be able to see the thing because it's wrapped in rain, but we'll know if there's damage pretty quick thereafter. So, waiting to see the newest velocity scan come in. It has not done so yet, but you can see with the last scan about 3 minutes ago, this thing was just southwest of Clarendon. And that might actually be the new scan. So that is the latest scan, a strong circulation moving into the town of Clarendon in the Texas Panhandle on Highway 287. It's about halfway between Amarillo and Childress on 287 if you're passing through there. Again, Clarendon, you are out of time. If there's a tornado, it is in town right now. And we note there's strong inflows showing up on radar still. So there's probably a tornado trying to spin up right now. Hopefully it waits until it is just northeast of Clarendon. We don't want anybody getting hit by a tornado, but we don't want a town getting hit by a tornado either. And McLean, this is going to be a threat to you. North of I-40, west of I-27, there is nothing severe going on. Well, let me rephrase that. West of Interstate 27, west of Highway 287 from Amarillo north, nothing's going on. The dry line's east of those regions. The western Panhandle, the western sections of West Texas from Lubbock west. You're done. Storms north of I-40, east of 287. They're strong. They might have some hail. They are not severe at this time or tornadic. It looks like that's in an area of lower instability. Clarendon, on the other hand, you are in a problem spot right now. If there's a tornado, it's moving into town right now. Farther south, we've got a severe storm capable of producing a tornado northwest of Matador in a pretty rural area. We note a pretty nice little hail course showing up too. Let me see if we can get that data to show up. Hook Echo about 3 miles west of Highway 70, where 70 curves from the northwest to the north, going out of Matador. Looking at the which way the wind is blowing mode. Yeah, there's a circulation there, but it's not overly strong. That being said, it doesn't take a mega strong circulation to put a quick tornado down, as we've seen at times today. From that point south, we've got severe storms capable of producing golf ball size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, one just north of Post. Others from just west of Snyder down to east of Big Spring, Forsun, and then you've got one southwest of Sterling City, right on Highway 137. Again, some of these are going to produce hail, damaging straight line winds. Can't rule out a brief tornado, but so far these have been mainly wind and hailers versus the spinny, twisty things of doom. Sub-severe storms from Fort Stockton to McCamey to Crane, those could have heavy rain, small hail, gusty winds. Let's go back up to our storms in the southeastern Texas Panhandle. We're mainly watching the one near Clarendon right now, as that is our highest population center currently being impacted. Here's the latest scan from the Weather Service radar in Amarillo. We do have a strong circulation now right over the city of Clarendon. Looking at a different weather radar, looks a little better defined too. It would be right on Highway 70, just north of Clarendon by like a block. So you can see on radar here a bit of an appendage right on Clarendon. That's where we have the rear flank downdraft sweeping down on the backside of the circulation. Winds of 50 to 75 miles an hour with that. We also note there's strong inflow winds north of the circulation that continue to increase. We're up to about 70 miles an hour. So in all likelihood, this thing is trying to produce a tornado. And if that rear flank downdraft's able to swing the whole way around, we're probably going to see a tornado form. There might be one now, there might not be. I can't tell you because this thing is rain-wrapped. But the good news is there's no debris signature. If there was a debris signature, you'd be seeing a big blue donut or a big blue hole. You don't want to see a big blue donut or a big blue hole because that's debris being lofted by a tornado. A tornado is a rotating updraft. What ends up being hit is drawn upward in an updraft. Small items like pieces of wood, twigs, leaves, those can be lofted. In the most violent tornadoes, we've seen debris lofted 30,000 feet. In this case, most tornadoes a few thousand feet. And keep in mind, we're not talking about like whole houses being lofted thousands of feet. We're talking about shingles, pieces of wood, etc. And that's in more significant tornadoes. So, that is where we stand right now. Just pressing some buttons here. All right, just got a report of a potential rain-wrapped tornado in Clarendon. So again, the velocity's been tightening up. Whatever's there would be rain-wrapped, but we have a report of a potential tornado in Clarendon. Potential being the key word. It's rain-wrapped. Honestly, we're not going to know if there was a tornado down for another few minutes when the whatever's there goes north of 287 and folks are able to get in there. And if there's damage, we'll know there's a tornado. But at this point, based on the velocity signature and the fact we've got a couple reports, it sounds like there could be a rain-wrapped tornado just north of Clarendon that may have been near town. No damage reports at this point. None of that, just saying. So the good news is east of 70... north of 287, for a while, this is going to be over rural canyons. I filmed a tornado in Howardwick. I filmed tornadoes south of McLean from 273 looking west. There's not a whole lot there. So, again, it's really hard to storm chase in this area. And then you add in high precipitation supercells, it makes it difficult. So there very well could be a rain-wrapped tornado around Clarendon, which would at this point be starting to move northeast away from town. If there's damage, we'll know pretty quick something happened. But the good news is we don't have any tornado debris signatures. We don't have any sort of obvious signs of a significant tornado or something of that in progress. So we should have a new radar scan coming in just a moment, and there's the new radar scan. The whatever's there in terms of any potential tornado should be northeast of Clarendon now, so that's the good news. We have heavy rain, some gusty wind, some small hail coming in with another cell south of town, but that's not tornadic at this point. We'll see what the latest velocity scan shows as it comes in. And yeah, whatever circulation is present here should be just north of town now, right on Highway 70, about 2 to 3 miles north of Clarendon. Now, Howardwick, I said this would probably stay a bit to your south. It's trying to edge your way, so if you're in Howardwick, you should probably be in a safe place now. Looking southwest of this cell, bit of rotation with a storm about 15 to 20 miles south of Clarendon. Might just be more of a straight line wind issue, but we'll have to keep an eye on it. We'll have to keep an eye on all these, to be honest. So the good news is, Clarendon, give it another 5 minutes, this storm will be out of your hair, moving up towards McLean. Good news is there's no damage reports in Clarendon at this point, so hopefully, if there was a rain-wrapped tornado, it was north of town. Otherwise, Clarendon, yet another bullet you've dodged. In the series of years, you've managed not to get hit by a tornado. I know, I've been there for several of them. Alright, let's clear this off. Let's take a region-wide look at what we have going on right now. We're going to turn on regional radar. We've got showers and storms from near Fort Stockton to McCamey to Rankland to Crane. Those are not severe at this point. We've got severe storms. I'm going to zoom out here. Hold on a second. I want to be as specific as possible, and this radar is being a jerk in terms of giving me cities. So we've got a severe storm south of Garden City, capable of producing golf ball-sized hail, winds of 65 to 70 miles an hour. That extends northward. You've got Forsyth, Big Spring got golf balls, should be just east of Big Spring by now, moving towards Colorado City. Severe storms up near Snyder, capable of producing hail. Bit of a break, and then you've got more severe storms from just northeast of Post to Spur, to Dickens, to Matador. Tornado warning north of Matador. Some storms between Turkey and the 256-70 intersection west of Lakeview. And then the tornadic supercells in around Clarendon. We note that the cell south of Clarendon is starting to look more organized in the rotation department, so Clarendon, we're going to have to keep an eye out for you, just in case we have another storm try and approach from the south with a bit of rotation. For now, the obvious rotation is now north of Clarendon by about 3 miles, moving hopefully staying just southeast of Howardwick, and that would be a threat for the McLean area in about 30 to 40 minutes. Still no confirmation of a tornado around Clarendon, which is good, but strong rotation remains, and those of you in Howardwick should be in shelter. McLean, eventually you're going to need to take shelter too. Alright, we just got a new radar scan, and we'll show it on here, but I think there is probably a pretty good omen of a tornado now, very near Howardwick. You see how the velocity's gone gate to gate? So that is what we call a gate-to-gate velocity signature. That's where winds moving away from the radar and winds moving towards the radar are literally pixel to pixel. So let me go ahead. I want to query those pixels. Winds moving away at about 60, winds moving towards at about 45, so you add it up, that's about 105 to 110 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear. Pretty good omen, pretty good sign we have a tornado there. Can I say for sure? No, we're looking about 3,000 feet above the surface, so we'd be looking at the mesocyclone, not the tornado itself. That being said, there could easily be a tornado right now on Highway 70 just south of Howardwick. I've been in Howardwick, it's a pretty big neighborhood. So Howardwick, this is a call to action. If for some reason you're watching me and you are just seeing this, Howardwick, you need to be in a safe place now. This thing's taking a bit of a northward jog. Howardwick. Alright, pretty good chance there's a tornado literally a mile or two southeast of Howardwick. It would be wrapped in rain, you wouldn't see it. Good reflectivity signature. Strong gate-to-gate circulation. No signs of a debris signature yet, but strong gate-to-gate circulation. So Howardwick, you need to be in a safe place now. McLean, eventually this is going to be a problem for you. Keep saying it. McLean, pay attention to this thing. We're going to have to deal with you next after we get this east of Highway 70. So it is 6:04 p.m. on the 13th of March, 2021. I'm David Reimer with the Texas Storm Chasers, covering a severe weather and tornado outbreak across the eastern Texas Panhandle and west central Texas. A likely tornado is in progress a mile or two southeast of Howardwick in the Panhandle on Highway 70. It's going to be north of Clarendon, south of Interstate 40. This storm's moving northeast at about 40 to 50 miles an hour and will be making its way towards McLean. Another reference point, this may be near Greenbelt Lake. We're going to have to keep an eye on the circulation south of Clarendon. We have another circulation south of Clarendon that may try and move up into Clarendon in about 20 minutes or so. Howardwick, again, strong call to action. Good chance there's a tornado right now near Howardwick. It would be completely wrapped in rain. You wouldn't see it. The only way you'd know it was there is if you drove into the darn thing. And if you drive into a tornado, you deserve to get slapped on the head. All right, the National Weather Service in Amarillo believes there is a tornado near this area, so they believe there is a confirmed tornado. They're saying a confirmed tornado was located over Howardwick, or 6 miles north of Clarendon, moving north at 30. So again, we'll have a new radar scan in just a second, but again, looks like we probably do have a tornado very near Howardwick, Texas at this point. We'll get a new radar scan in just a second. That'll give us the latest velocity, but from what I'm seeing, this remains very near Howardwick. Howardwick's pretty much a neighborhood. I've been there. I've seen a tornado while in Howardwick proper. There's a lot of houses there. You need to be in shelter. I'm hoping this stays just east of Highway 70 in the neighborhood on the west side of 70 versus the west side of 70 in Howardwick. But I can't say for sure, so Howardwick. Shelter. Be there. Stay there. McLean, this is going to come visit you soon, so pay attention. Okie dokie. Okay. Switch back over to the reflectivity data. You can see we have a clear hook echo there. So the newest scan, switch over to velocity data. You can see we still have a strong circulation. I tell you what, this is way too close to Howardwick for comfort. And I'll tell you what else. Anyone on Highway 70 is probably getting hit by a tornado right now. That is completely wrapped in rain. The good news is, Clarendon, we haven't heard any damage reports. It doesn't sound like there's damage in Clarendon. This circulation was ramping up just as it was exiting Clarendon to the north. So that's good news that hopefully we missed Clarendon. This is near the Greenbelt Reservoir. It just crossed over. It's moving north pretty much. A little north, than more to the north than what we've seen previous storms do. Probably right on Highway 70, very near Howardwick. In fact, here, you know what? I'll get specific. Now, keep in mind, might not be exactly where this is. Let's see. Rick Husband Boulevard and Highway 70. Just southeast of there, I hope. But keep in mind, whatever is there is completely and utterly wrapped in rain. You will not see it. You might hear it, but you will not see it. It is in rain. It is pouring rain around this thing. Looking at the how hard it's raining mode, it is in the middle of heavy precipitation. This is a very high precipitation supercell. You're not going to see a thing if you're there in person. The only way you're going to see it is if you drive into it. And driving into tornadoes is not the greatest idea. In fact, it's a pretty bad idea. But some people do it anyway. And then they usually end up flipped over in a ditch. We don't want anybody getting flipped over in ditches today. So please don't drive into the tornado. Please don't drive into the rain-wrapped tornado. Please don't drive into a tornado warning. Thank you. That's my public service announcement for the dinner time hour. Zooming back out, let's go ahead and look at the circulation south of Clarendon, see how it's doing. Buttons. The good news is there's not as much of a circulation showing up south of Clarendon, but we're going to have to keep an eye on it. Going to take a look at the storm north of Matador. Some rotation, but frankly, the radar doesn't seem to have that great of a look at it. Let me look from Amarillo and see. What, if anything, we have going on. There's some rotation, but it's not clear-cut or clearly evident, but we're also looking a pretty good distance away from the radar site, so we're going to need... We'll keep an eye on it, but at least those of you southeast of Turkey, tornado warning, be in a safe place. Line of thunderstorms is developing along the lean edge of the dry line now, from east of Tulia to just west of Claude. These storms are going to be right on the dry line. This is the squall line we're going to expect later tonight. Could have hail, gusty winds. Can't rule out brief tornadoes, but this isn't something you typically worry about in terms of the I'm going to make a big tornado and stay down for 50 miles sort of deal. But we'll keep an eye on it, and we'll definitely pay a bit more attention to the squall line as soon as we get done with these discrete supercellular tornadoes. Sorry, I'm having to do a chore again. One moment, please. All right, my apologies. All right, we had one unconfirmed report of a tornado from an amateur storm chaser near Howardwick a bit earlier. Or I say a bit earlier, 4 minutes ago. So, based on the velocity signature on the radar, we probably did have a rotating, or excuse me, a rain-wrapped tornado. Now, I don't know why this data does not want to update for me, but I'm having to press buttons manually. We'll do that again and see if it'll load. The circulation's now east of Highway 70, east of Howardwick. Doesn't look as impressive. Reflectivity-wise, sure does, though. And McLean, this thing could put another tornado down before it reaches you, so pay attention. Also need to keep an eye on this circulation that is south of Clarendon. That one is ramping up, unfortunately. The potential of a tornado now about 5 miles north of Clarendon, moving towards Clarendon. So Clarendon, you got the first tornado north of you. You need to go ahead and stay in your shelter, or head back to your shelters, and deal with that, because another circulation's trying to head up your way. All right. So that's where we're at right now with that. Again, this circulation east of Howardwick, not as impressive looking. Still might be a tornado there, moving towards McLean. It looks like the only other tornado warning we have in effect right now, which is a blessing, is going to be with the circulation to the north of Matador, Texas. This is all east of Interstate 27. If you are west of Interstate 27, you are done with the severe weather threat today. If it is dry and you've got west winds at your location, you're done. You might have to deal with elevated wildfire danger now, though. Sorry. Yeah, there's rotation north and east of Matador. This would be just east of 70 now. Tornado warning just expired. We're going to have to see if they extend it. Otherwise, we are down to one tornado warning, which makes David a very happy camper, because that's one storm to keep an eye on. And then, if we can get rid of that tornado warning, we'll be down to severe thunderstorm warnings, in which case we'll start paying a little more attention to all of those, because there are a plethora of them. I'll zoom out in a second as soon as I remember how to turn off the road signs, because I forgot how to do that, because I am a derp. We got severe thunderstorm warnings on various storms across west central Texas. We'll probably end up seeing more. Alright, I am going to drink some water real quick. So we have two circulations we're watching right now. I'm going to switch back over to the velocity. One east-northeast of Howardwick, which produced a tornado very near Howardwick about 10 minutes ago. Sorry, I'm multitasking again. Actually, we're going to do... This is a live stream near Groom, Texas. This is live from Jason Cooley. He is near Groom and Interstate 40, I believe. So he is going to be... Actually, he should be watching the circulation that's approaching Interstate 40 from the south and west, the Howardwick tornado. So we'll be keeping an eye on his stream over the next several minutes as those storms approach the interstate. But for now, let's go ahead and go back to our severe weather coverage, and that's going to be because we're watching a circulation approach Clarendon. I'm going to actually switch this back to a different velocity source. That's not that great. I'm going to press a few buttons here. By the way, for those who want to watch Jason's live stream, go to our YouTube channel, Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube. You'll see 2 live streams. One is this coverage. One is purely Jason's video from the field. And you can watch his video, and he could very well be seeing a tornado on that camera here soon. And we'll be watching for that, and if he does, we'll go live to that on this as well. But we do have a potential tornado now coming up on Clarendon. This would be tornado number 2, supercell number 2. This isn't very far southwest of town, and it is trying to come up into town. So those of you in Clarendon, you need to be in a safe place. It's pouring rain right now. This circulation would also likely be rain-wrapped. So, again, potential tornado coming up into Clarendon in the next 5 minutes. Potential tornado northeast of Howardwick now. Howardwick, you are in the clear from this from first tornado. Second tornado, hopefully will stay to your east. I can't say for absolute sure it's going to stay that way. If it turns north, like the first one did, it's going to be a pain in the behind and try and threaten y'all too. So we have a couple circulations approaching Interstate 40, it looks like. You can see that, the red versus the greens. We're going to switch to radar. Hail core on I-40 now, just east of Highway 70. All this is going to be making its way towards McLean. McLean, Texas is in the Panhandle on I-40. About west of Shamrock. There's a great steakhouse in Shamrock. Had dinner there with a bunch of other chasers on May 27th, 2015, which is almost 6 years ago, which makes me feel old, but so does the giant bald spot on my head. Okay, so I'm keeping an eye on Jason's footage. We'll go ahead and switch back to Jason's cam real quick. Jason is... I believe Jason is going to be near Highway 70 and Interstate 40 near or west of McLean, and he's watching for the storms coming up from Howardwick and Clarendon. So again, we're going to keep a close eye on that. And if he gets a tornado, we will definitely be streaming it live. But you can watch his live video on YouTube at TexasStormChasers.com. Excuse me. On YouTube, just search for Texas Storm Chasers. And I'll make sure it's on our website too real quick. So we're going to keep an eye on his stream. I'm going to actually do that so I can watch. His stream too. So at the moment we've got tornado warnings for Clarendon. Storm coming up on Clarendon. We're going to have to see new tornado warnings for this storm probably around McLean as well. But we'll deal with that as the situation dictates. Okay, here's the latest velocity scan. Circulation number 2 coming up on Clarendon. Doesn't look as impressive. Still could be a tornado. Circulations number 1 coming up on I-40 east of Highway 70, and that's where Jason is. And we're going to be keeping an eye on his stream very carefully. And we're going to switch to that in a real hurry if he has something. But for now, he's just driving in some rain. Actually, I think Jason may actually be in Clarendon right now on 287. I think he's in Clarendon right now, heading southeast. So here's a look in Clarendon right now. And the good news is, besides some flooding, it looks like the town has power. The town looks all right. That being said, you want to stay in your shelters for another few minutes and not do what all these other drivers are doing, which is drive through town. Jason and them are there because, well, one, they're trained storm chasers. Everyone else you're looking at here has no business driving in the middle of a tornado warning. And people wonder why we end up having people killed on interstates and highways driving into tornadoes. Well, there you go. Take a look. I mean, he's in Clarendon right now, middle of a tornado warning. We've been talking about Clarendon for over an hour now. You see all those cars? And, you know, most of them probably have WEA, wireless emergency alerts. So they know there's a tornado warning because their phones go nuts as soon as they drive into those areas. But what are you going to do? Some people just don't want to be warned. We've been talking about this day for a few days now. We've been talking all day. I've been on here for hours, and some people just do not care. It's a darn shame. But what are you going to do? Some people, you just can't do anything. You just do the best you can. We have 2 velocity couplets approaching Interstate 40 west of McLean now. Those are going to be moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. Looks like we're going to have a new tornado warning coming out now, so it should show up on the map here shortly. Severe thunderstorms extend farther south. We do see those severe storms actually trying to go up on the dry line now in the Pacific cold front. East of Tulia to near Claude to Panhandle. Those could be quarter-size hail in some areas. I'm going to have to reset the radar program again. So while I do that, you're going to get to see my beautiful face. Bye! I'm going to restart the radar program. And we're going to keep on going. Going. Oh, I can't sing that. It'll give me a copyright violation. Alright. Zoom back on into the stormies. We do have a new tornado warning. This is going to be for the same storms. This is going to include McLean. This is going to include Howardwick. This is going to include Kellerville. This is going to include Jericho. This does not include Shamrock. Shamrock, I wouldn't go west on I-40 right now if I were you, but you're not in a tornado warning at this point. McLean, you're in a tornado warning. You need to be in a safe place because you've got multiple velocity couplets trying to head your way. So we switch back to the which way the wind is blowing mode. That's a bit noisier, but there is a circulation on I-40 just east of Highway 70. That should pass near or west of McLean. Second circulation is going to be near or just northeast of Clarendon now, moving northeast. That will likely be a McLean issue. And then we have additional storms farther south. We note a severe thunderstorm northeast of Dickens. Very nice hail core with that. We note the prior tornado warning north of Matador. That storm's weakened a bit. Capable of producing hail and damaging winds moving towards Essling. And eventually this storm down by Dickens, if I am calculating correct, may end up being a threat towards Childress. Let me see where they have that storm going. Yeah, it might be a Childress issue in about an hour, hour and a half. I believe that is where Jason is heading, and we should have live video from him and that storm a bit later. Nothing else. Should be a pretty nice nighttime look as it's illuminated by lightning supercell structure, that is. All right, we have the McLean storm moving northeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. Should be crossing Highway 273 north of McLean in about 20 minutes or less. Any circulations are rain-wrapped. Okie dokie. All right, let me click that. Let me click that. So that's what we got going on with that right now. Clarendon, give it another 5 minutes, and you're done with the tornadoes. At least, unless the squall line does something weird. The squall line's still going to have heavy rain, some wind, some hail, but the tornado threat for Clarendon, honestly, if you're in Clarendon and south of Clarendon, southwest of Clarendon, you can come out of your shelters now. This is northeast of 287 now. So that is the good news. Switch back to velocity, and you can see noisy circulation, which is good because that means there's not a clear-cut, big, mean tornado. Circulation on I-40 is broad, but certainly capable of putting a tornado down. That should be passing near or west of McLean over the next 20 minutes, moving northeast. Could eventually be a threat to areas west of Wheeler. Oh, I'm going to try and say this town. I'm going to mess it up, and people are going to get mad. Mobedi? Whatever. Heading west out of Wheeler on 152, about an hour. Otherwise, we're watching the squall line start firing up. It's got a report of a tornado 1 mile northwest of Clarendon. I'm going to send that in my voice chat. All right, as of 1 minute ago, rope tornado on the ground 1 mile northwest of Clarendon. So, let's switch back to reflectivity. Report of a tornado a minute ago, northwest of Clarendon. So I guess if there's a tornado, it'd be with this circulation north of Clarendon now, but honestly, I'm not totally sure about that. It's not your typical spot, but there might be a quick tornado just north of Clarendon, in which case, good. It didn't hit Clarendon again. So let's take a look at this squall line. Potential for quarter-size hail and cloud, winds of 45 to 55 miles an hour. Very mean, angry-looking supercell in the hail department northeast of Dickens. This is a very nice-looking supercell. This is going to be moving towards Paducah. Radar estimates the potential for larger than baseball-size hail, and that's certainly a possibility. So could have baseball-sized hail with this storm moving towards Paducah. And we're receiving multiple reports now of a tornado just north of Clarendon. So, multiple reports now of a tornado north of Clarendon. It's 6:30 p.m., so let's head back up. A small rope tornado reported a few miles north of Clarendon with this trailing supercell. So, Howardwick, you might have a tornado just to your east again. Velocity couplet, not overly screaming of a tornado, but, well, that's why ground truth is more important than radar. So, small tornado reported north of Clarendon with this storm. That'd be moving north-northeast towards McLean and Interstate 40. So, again, tornado a few miles north of Clarendon. Moving north-northeast. If you're in Howardwick, I'd go ahead and be in a safe place. Hopefully this is just east of 70, but I can't say that for absolute certainty at this point. Looks like... yeah, so circulation on I-40, probably 10 to 15 west of McLean, just east of Highway 270. And then, honestly, after that, in terms of most intense storms, we're keeping a very close eye on this thunderstorm that is east of Roaring Springs, southwest of Paducah. If nothing else, this thing has probably got baseball-size hail or larger. And a very clear-cut hook echo. Now, a hook echo doesn't necessarily mean you've got a tornado. It's just a sign you've got a rotating updraft. Looking at the velocity data, there's some broad rotation. There's nothing that screams tornado, tornado. That being said, we're going to keep a close eye on this storm, as it's generally trying to move towards Paducah. If it's more of a right turner, it's definitely a threat to Paducah. If it's going to move north-northeast, it'd be more of a threat to Paducah up towards the Childress area. We have additional severe thunderstorms that are south of that in west central Texas, moving into the western big country from near Snyder to Colorado City. South to west of Sterling City, nice hail core west of Sterling City. Have additional severe storms all the way south into the western Concho Valley, southeastern Permian Basin, from north of Big Lake to north and west of Rankin to McCamey to east of Fort Stockton. Those are capable of producing winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, quarter to golf ball size hail, blowing dust, brief heavy rainfall. Looking at the storm northeast of Dick and southwest of Paducah from the Midland Weather Radar, that is a very impressive updraft. In fact, I'm going to do something I haven't gotten to do yet. I'm going to look at this using the super high-res data. I want to see. I am really kind of curious to see if this thing's showing up. So give me just a second. I'm having to play with a few buttons here. Yeah. Let's try it on this. I mean, you can definitely see the Thunderstorm. You can see it's got an overshooting top. An overshooting top is a part of the updraft that shoots above the anvil. So that's obviously a very strong thunderstorm, severe thunderstorm. But I've had my fun. We can turn that off now. We'll switch back to the radar. This thing's probably got really big hail. Luckily, it's over a rural area, but someone's probably got big hail. We note the Weather Service in Lubbock now has warned this up to hail larger than the size of baseballs, which will show up here in just a second. So this storm heading towards Paducah. The potential for baseball to softball size hail, winds of 70 miles an hour, and we do note that little tornado possible tag. It's exhibiting rotation, meaning a tornado can't be ruled out, but it's not a strong enough signature at this point for a tornado warning. That being said, it is out by itself and in an environment supportive of tornadoes, so we're going to keep a very close eye on our discrete supercell there. That's the one Jason's heading towards. He's still probably 45 minutes or so, or an hour away from it, but we'll probably get one heck of a lightning show here in about an hour. And Jason is streaming live video on YouTube. In fact, I'll just pop it up here real quick. This is Jason's live stream. He's heading south on 287 out of Clarendon. He should be near Headley by now, moving southeast on 287. I believe he's going to head to Childress and then go south out of Childress on 62. He might have to go all the way to Quanah, honestly, and head south on 6 to Crowell, depending on the timing aspect of all that. So, we're going to switch back to the radar. Well, that's not the radar, is it? Well, oh well. Now it's the radar. Alright, here is radar. Supercellular thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado west of McLean. We'll switch back from the how hard it's raining to the which way the wind is blowing mode. You can see a broad circulation west of McLean. I'll go ahead and put a distance calculator on that. We can see how far west of McLean that is. About 8 to 9 miles. So you don't want to be on I-40 right now, but undoubtedly many folks are. No clear-cut signs that scream tornado, but certainly a situation that could produce a tornado at any time. Farther southeast, a little couplet east of Howardwick. This thing apparently produced a tornado about 5 minutes ago north of Clarendon, so the good news is at least it didn't produce a tornado until it was north of town into a lower population density. So that's where we stand now. I'm going to mute myself real quick and eat some goldfish, and I don't want you to hear me chewing, so BRB. Alright, goldfish break over. So again, Potential tornado northeast of Clarendon by about 5 to 6 miles. We have a circulation on Interstate 40 west of McLean. Kind of looks more like a straight line wind, rear flank downdraft situation, but still could have 60 to 70 mile an hour winds and a tornado occur, which is why a tornado warning's in effect. So McLean, you're in the tornado warning. You should be in your safe place. East of McLean, so far you're okay. Tornado warning runs to about the west side of Shamrock. We see a line of storms firing up on the leading edge of a Pacific cold front. Could have some hail and cloud right now in Panhandle. These are not tornadic. Or technically even under a severe warning, but we'll keep an eye on them. Big, bad, very mad supercell near Paducah. I need to actually see which one of those radars is closer at this point. About 63 to Lubbock, 86. So, see, very HP, high precipitation supercell. Very impressive hail core. Very, very impressive hail core. Could be golf. Oh, let me rephrase that. At this point, honestly, could be baseball to softball size hail with the storm southeast of Matador making its way towards Paducah. Watching for signs of any increased low-level rotation. Very nice hook echo on radar. There is some rotation evident, but at this point, no tornado warning, but I'm sure the National Weather Service is keeping a close eye on it. We do have severe thunderstorms farther south into the western big country now from near Snyder. South to Colorado City. Line of severe storms. We'll switch and see if there's any strong winds showing up with that. And yeah, there are. Radar's detecting 60 to 70 mile an hour straight line winds above the surface, so could have 60 to 70 mile an hour straight line winds and blowing dust, some quarter size hail. Nice hail core with the south northwest Sterling City. Could have quarter to ping pong ball size hail with that as it moves northeast. Farther southwest, we've got severe storms northwest of Big Lake approaching Rankin. Potential for quarter size hail around Rankin shortly. Storms south of McCamey now, moving southeast of town. Another storm on Interstate 10, or just north thereof, south of McCamey. And then all this stuff is east of Fort Stockton now. We have a dust storm all going in the borderline out east of Van Horn, Alpine, Valentine, Fort Stockton, Sanderson, behind the dry line. So, you want to try something. We're going to look at the radar in San Angelo. You can see the hail core with the storm in Paducah. How about this? Switch to the radar in Fort Worth. Now, we're looking probably 30,000 feet above the surface. That is the radar in Spurless in South Fort Worth, looking at the supercell northeast of Dickens, 2 counties east of Lubbock. That is a very impressive supercell. Probably a real scary hailmaker. So again, Paducah, you've got a hailer coming. All right, heading back into there. All right. Head back to the Amarillo radar. We'll take a look at the circulation near McLean again. Supercell thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado northwest of McLean now by about, 5 miles. We're going to switch back to the velocity. And definitely, I say that, the couplet's starting to tighten up a bit there, about 5 miles northwest of McLean. You can have winds heading away from the radar, shown in red, winds of about 35, winds moving towards the radar about 40. So a relatively broad circulation of about 70 to 75 miles an hour with a bit of a tighter circulation trying to develop there, 5 miles northwest of McLean. So we could have a tornado trying to form once again. And definitely the radar appearance would suggest that. Now, this is a high precipitation supercell, but notice the storms south of the storm, or the main supercell, have kind of dissipated. This thing's kind of out by itself again. It's got a report of a rain-wrapped tornado crossing I-40 east of Allenwood. So it is entirely possible we do have a tornado just northeast of Allen Reed. I don't know why it's not showing up on the radar, but Allen Reed is a small community right there. So Allen Reed, whatever is there, it's north of the interstate now, northeast of you, but there definitely could be a tornado right there, moving up towards Highway 273, several miles north of McLean. So hopefully this stays west of McLean, but McLean is technically in the tornado warning, and we got to respect that. Here's the latest velocity scan. Still a pretty broad circulation showing up northwest of McLean. This is going to be crossing Highway 273. Oh, you know what? Let's go ahead. I'll put we'll do some measurements here. Potential tornado is now 4.5 miles west of 273. Assuming that's where it's going to cross, that would place it about 7 miles north of McLean. So nobody should be on Highway 273 from McLean north to LaFours, and the tornado should cross roughly about 7 miles north of McLean when it crosses 273 in the next 10 to 15 minutes. There could very well be a tornado here. The velocity signature does look more supportive of that compared to, say, 10 minutes ago. And various radar programs are starting to tick off alarms. So, yeah, we could have a tornado west of McLean right now, northwest of McLean. Should stay north of McLean unless something drastic happens, and then cross 273 about 7 miles north of McLean. I get it's very low population density, but you know what? We're still going to talk about it. Line of strong storms now from Panhandle to Claude down to east of Tulia. That's on the Pacific cold front. Those are mainly a hail wind threat if we end up having severe weather. And we're down to one tornado warning for the time being, although I'm keeping a very close eye on this storm southwest of Paducah. It's a powerful one, potential for baseball to softball size hail as it moves towards Paducah. Could eventually pass between Childress and Quanah. But for now, one tornado warning, and it's for this tornadic thunderstorm southwest of Wheeler, southwest of Mobetti, northwest of McLean. Those of you in Mobetti, I'd go ahead and keep a very close eye on this. Those of you in Wheeler, if this thing takes a right turn at all, it could threaten you eventually. So, Kellerville. Also, Kellerville is northeast of McLean. I filmed a tornado there, too. It was years ago. But Kellerville, this could be a threat to you. Mobetti, this could be a threat to you. Wheeler, this might pass close enough to you to be a threat. So, pay attention. At this point, we're just watching and waiting. Definitely more of a supercellular look than it looked like earlier. It kind of looked blobby. I mean, it still looks blobby, let's be honest, but it's one updraft, one storm. It's not having to fight off other storms in the area, so we're going to have to see if it's able to spin up a tornado again. It might be one that manages to stick around for a little while. Now that the sun has set, the low-level jet's increasing, low-level wind shear increases. After sunset, in situations like this where we have dynamic upper-level storm systems, we have winds just above the surface. It's called the low-level jet that increase, usually pretty substantially, and that helps increase low-level wind shear. So the potential for tornadoes with any discrete supercells might actually increase somewhat, and that's why we're watching this. It's what's called a bounded weak echo region that lack or lower reflectivity surrounded by the higher reflectivity. That's where the rotating updraft of the thunderstorm is essentially circling the precipitation around the mesocyclone. So that's a bounded weak echo region, another sign of a very organized supercell. Rotation, we continue seeing strong circulation now. This is going to be moving towards Kellerville and Mobetti and eventually maybe Wheeler. I'd say this has probably got a pretty good chance of trying to put a tornado down soon. Here's a different look at it. It's still pretty broad, but if this tightens up at all, it could put a tornado down. Or it may even have a tornado down right now. We have a 100-mile-an-hour gate-to-gate shear. It's a broad circulation, but one that could tighten up easily. And think of it this way. A skater skating on ice. When arms are out, they're going slower. But when they start, they put their arms around, bring it back to their body and start spinning. They spin faster, faster. The same thing goes with circulations like this. So if this circulation tightens up, in all likelihood, it's going to put a tornado down, and the ingredients do still favor the potential for a longer track, significant tornado. Storm mode and the storms fighting with each other over the last few hours have prevented that. Now, we probably had, I'll tell you what, this tornado that tracked from northeast of Dimmitt, south of Canyon earlier, that thing may have been down for 50 miles, and that was a violent tornado. It may not have hit anything that would allow it to be rated as a violent tornado, EF4, EF5, but if it had hit something like that, it probably would have been rated that. Tornadoes are rated based on the damage they produce. It's not actually based on the tornado's intensity. It's based on the damage they produce. In order to get a EF4, EF5 tornado, a tornado has to hit something that is capable of withstanding that kind of a tornado, or at least, built to withstand something like that. Which is why you don't usually see too many violent tornadoes. Yes, they're rare, but I've seen violent tornadoes that have been rated as weak tornadoes because they didn't hit anything. They were in the middle of a field. So there's your science lesson. All right, we're going to see what the new reflectivity scan brings in. But again, Kellerville, Mobetti, eventually west of Wheeler. This thing's looking pretty organized. Could you see the bounded weak echo region? That's that area of weaker reflectivity in the hook surrounded by heavier rain. That's because the rotating winds are pushing the rain out of the mesocyclone. Just means we have very strong rotating winds aloft. Now, are those making it to the surface? Don't know. That's what storm spotters are for. But at this point, we're just waiting to see what is going on. And there's the latest scan. You can see how much that changed in just a few minutes. And let's switch over to the velocity couplet. Let's see what velocity's done. All right, we've got a new tornado warning for Cottle and Motley counties. I think that might be the big, scary supercell farther south. Broad circulation continues with this storm. And Kellerville, which is northeast of Highway 273, and eventually Mobetti, pay attention. All right, we do now have a tornado warning now for the severe thunderstorm we've been watching for about 30 minutes now. This thing's got baseball to softball size hail. Well, it's also got a tornado warning now, too. Again, as the low-level jet or winds above the surface ramp up, any discrete storms over the next few hours could actually have a higher threat of producing tornadoes. So we have to remain on our guard. This storm is capable of producing baseball to softball size hail, and now a tornado. You can see it's a fairly high precipitation supercell, but we're looking about 75 miles away from the radar. We're not looking at the low levels. We're looking at the mid levels of the storm. So you're typically not going to see as detailed of a reflectivity structure. Velocity-wise, yeah, we've got rotation, but we're also looking about 8,000 feet above the surface. Is that translating down to a tornado at the ground? That's what the storm spotters, the emergency management, the fire department, the storm chasers, that's what they are there to tell us. And so far we haven't heard anything, which is good. Unfortunately, this is moving right towards Paducah, so if you are in Paducah, you need to move to a safe place. Even if there's not a tornado, this thing's dropping baseball to softball size hail, and if that hail hits your windows, it's going to shatter them. And flying glass tends to cause problems. I got a report of a funnel cloud north of McLean with this thunderstorm, so at least we have a funnel cloud, and that could touch down and become a tornado at any time. And we have another new tornado warning. This is going to be for this same thunderstorm. So we now have a tornado warning for Kellerville, tornado warning for Mobetti, Tornado warning just east of LaFours. It does not include Miami, does not include Canadian, does not include Wheeler, does include Mobetty. So this should stay west of Wheeler, east of LaFours, probably east of Miami, and then could eventually be a threat past near orbit east of Canadian. Rotation's about to cross 273 north of McLean, just before the highway curves left and heads towards LaFours. So if anyone's on the cliffs south of that, they might actually have a pretty good view of this thing. Strong rotation continues. Spotters report a funnel cloud. So this could easily become a tornado at any time. This is north of Interstate 40, north of McLean. So if you're in McLean, you can come out of your safe place now. We still have stronger storms coming in from the west. Those are with the squall line, could have gusty winds and some hail, but those do not pose much of a tornado risk, at least right now. This one does. This is going to be just north of, or several miles north of McLean, where 273 curves west to LaFours, heading up towards Highway 152 in Mobetty. Eventually, this could pose a threat to areas just south of Canadian in about 45 minutes. If it's able to maintain north-northeastward motion, it could actually threaten Canadian. Been to Canadian many a times, have witnessed many tornadoes from Canadian, especially from the hill about 2 miles south of Canadian on the east side of 83. I love that hill. So there is that. Let's go to tornado warning number 2. We're going to take a look at the storm from a radar to the east. You can see very clear, organized supercellular structure. We're looking in the mid-levels because there's no closer radar, so we're not seeing low-level defined features. You can see a big hook echo. That's where the precipitation's wrapping around on the backside of the updraft and the mesocyclone. Rotation, yes, but you're not going to see overly strong rotation typically from a radar so far away. This is moving towards Paducah. This has the potential of producing baseball to softball size hail. Should be in Paducah in the next 20 minutes. It's not moving as fast as storms farther to the north, but again, I want to stress, if you are in Paducah, you need to be in shelter now. Not only is there a risk of a tornado, this thing's producing giant hail that can damage and break out windows. Alright. And we have severe thunderstorms ongoing across the eastern Permian Basin and the western Concho Valley and the western Big Country. We'll go ahead and take a quick look at those, but keep in mind, we're trying to focus on the most dangerous, life-threatening storms. So if we're not talking about your storms, it's not because I hate you, it's just because you're not trying to get hit by a tornado right now. That being said, any severe storms we have this evening could produce damaging straight-line winds, the potential of hail, and brief tornadoes. You can keep track of all the storms using our free interactive weather radar on our website at texasstormchasers.com/radar. Why is the radar in Abilene down? Oh, for heaven's sake. Alright, new plan. Let's look from San Angelo. Alright, so we have storms now coming up on the west side of Sweetwater. They're in Colorado City down to just north of Sterling City to near Big Lake. Still probably 30 minutes from Big Lake, west of Iran. And then on Interstate 10, the strongest of these storms could have damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, quarter to golf ball size hail, heavy rain, lightning, obviously, and blowing dust. Severe storm coming up on Paducah, Texas. This could have a tornado, baseball to softball size hail. Radar reflectivity from a radar 70 miles away still looks pretty good. Could have a tornado. Okie dokie. You need to be in shelter if you're in Paducah. Hi, Ryan. Northernmost tornado warnings. This is a potential tornado now just northeast of 273 moving towards Mobetty. It's going to stay west of Wheeler. It's now north of McLean. If you are on I-40 and in I-40 in McLean and south, you're clear. There are strong storms coming in from the west. We will have to watch for signs of those becoming severe. They could produce small, brief tornadoes. In fact, we might be seeing the first evidence of that just northwest of Groom. You see how there's an appendage on the front end of that squall line? That might be a quick little brief spin-up tornado trying to form. These typically don't last long, but they can produce quick 90 to 100 mile an hour winds. So we're going to have to watch for those on the entirety of the squall line tonight as it gets going. Not really think we're going to have to deal with long track angry tornadoes with those, but again, if a tornado hits your house, it's going to be a really unpleasant situation and a big deal for you, so take them seriously. Velocity couplet moving northeast. This one's going to pass near Mobetti or a bit west on Highway 152, staying east of LaForce, staying east of Pampa, staying probably southeast of Miami, staying west of Wheeler. Could eventually be an issue for Canadian in about an hour. Other thunderstorms going across the northeastern Texas Panhandle might have small hail, heavy rain, not severe. Brief tornado possible just northwest of Groom with this appendage on the squall line. We're going to have to watch for those all evening, but we could have brief tornadoes. We've dealt with these before. They spin up. They don't typically last more than a few minutes, but they can produce a quick 80 to 100 mile an hour tornado that messes some stuff up. I have tornado warning down in Paducah. If you're in Paducah, you should have been in shelter 15 minutes ago when we told you to go to shelter, because not only was this trying to produce a tornado, it's got baseball to softball size hail. Baseball to softball size hail hitting your house, car, etc. will cause significant damage. If you get hit by baseball to softball size hail on the head, you're probably going to get killed. It's not a good thing to have happen. Be in shelter Paducah. Okie dokie artichoke, okie dokie artichoke. So Paducah, this is going to be in Paducah in the next 10 to 15 minutes. This storm isn't moving as fast as other storms we've dealt with. It's only moving at about 35 to 40, which is fast enough, mind you, but still. This eventually could be a threat. It seems like it's going to try and move more towards Quanah. It's more of a right turner. Instead of moving north-northeast, this is moving more northeast. So in about 45 minutes or so, maybe a little longer, this is going to try and cross 287 between Childress and Quanah. So just a heads up, that's not going to be a good highway to be on. Could pass near Goodlet. Could pass just east of Kirkland, near Lazar. And we have Jacobs, just north of Paducah, and then Swearingen. Some interesting town names. Swearingen. Okay. And we note, I'm not showing lightning on this, but this thing's shooting cloud-to-ground lightning all the way almost to Goodland and Quanah, which is going to start grass fires because it's not raining in any of those spots. So, again, potential for a quick tornado near Paducah, northwest of Paducah, along with big hail. Storm north of McLean has the potential of producing brief tornadoes along with hail and damaging straight-line winds. It's moving northeast towards Mobetti and eventually Gageby and maybe Canadian. We'll have to keep an eye on it. It doesn't look as organized as it did about 10 minutes ago, which is good. But again, these can ramp back up. Storms north of I-40 have tended to struggle more, at least over the last few hours, than south of I-40. So maybe we'll get lucky and we can get this storm to calm down. We could get rid of the tornado warning and all that. That being said, looks like we might have an embedded supercell now in the squall line between White Deer and Groom. Radars indicating the potential for large hail. And there's that little appendage again, so there might be a quick spin-up tornado trying to happen here. In fact, I'd bet on it, based on what I'm seeing. There's no tornado warning in place right now, but don't be surprised if there's a little tornado spinning up right now about 3 to 4 miles northwest of Groom. These quick tornadoes are going to happen probably several more times tonight as we get a squall line to fire up and form. So we're going to have to keep an eye on it. But it looks like the most organized storm we're dealing with right now is this one coming into Paducah, Texas. West Central Texas on Highway 83 and Highway 70. Potential for big-time hail in or just north of the city of Paducah. It is dark, so 1, you're not going to see anything unless it hits something, or 2, is illuminated by lightning. The storm's moving northeast at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. Could cross Highway 287 between Quanah and Childress, probably closer to Goodlet in about 40 minutes. And eventually, if it holds together, it could be a threat to southwestern Oklahoma. Places like El Dorado, Olstee, should stay north of Elmer. We don't need any tornadoes in Elmer. There's already a tornado named after Elmer. And then Altus, Oklahoma. All right, looks like we're going to be getting some severe storms. Let's keep an eye out. I'm going to go look at this again. See, that's a pretty intense-looking storm. I'd expect some sort of a severe weather warning to get issued fairly soon for this. This has ramped up considerably over the last few minutes. Sorry, I'm multitasking. Alright, we've got a fairly large severe thunderstorm warning now for this little line segment supercell combo that extends from near Pampa all the way down south of Clarendon. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning until 8 p.m. Potential for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, ping-pong ball-size hail, and brief tornadoes are possible. I'll tell you where one brief tornado might be happening right now, and that is just north of Groom. You can see very good evidence of a brief tornado there, actually. That's going to be... let's press some buttons and see if we can get some roads. Now, the good news is this circulation probably won't last long. County Road AA. Well, at least now I know where to go if I need that. And County Road 8. So near County Road Alpha Alpha and County Road 8. That's where we might have just had a quick spin-up tornado. These aren't going to be uncommon tonight with the squall line, but normally would be in line with some damaging straight-line winds. And just like that, it's gone. So, like I said, they don't last very long. And we'll have to keep an eye out for sure. Storm north of McLean is starting to look less organized, which is good. Velocity-wise, not really seeing too much. So hopefully the storm is starting to lose its oomph, and we can say good riddance to it. Let's take a look again at the southern storm that is now over Paducah. Pretty good rear flank downdraft coming into Paducah now based off that radar image, but we're also looking several thousand feet above the surface. So this could be a few miles farther southwest than this radar shows. Yeah, there's rotation, but at the same time, we're so far away from the radar, we can't really see it that well. Radar still estimates golf ball size hail, maybe a bit larger. And this storm will be crossing Highway 287 between Quanah and Goodlet in about 45 minutes. If it continues, it could be a threat to southwestern Oklahoma from near El Dorado all the way up to Altus, Oklahoma. Otherwise, now we have a little more spare time. Let's take a look at the thunderstorms ongoing down into the western big country and the western Concho Valley. Broken line of severe thunderstorms now extends from southeast of Snyder, west of Sweetwater. You can see a bit of a bowing aspect there north of Roscoe. Have a strong storm over Colorado City, southwestward into Sterling City, extending all the way southwest to near Big Lake and Aran, south of Interstate 10. So not all of these storms are going to be severe. Not all of these storms are going to produce hail or damaging wind gusts, but some of them are. All right. Looking at the wind department, you can see that one storm south of Sterling City moving northeast. Could have golf ball size hail in that as it moves northeast at about 35 to 40. Winds of 60 to 70 possible there too. Let me switch back. And that's generally the main story with most of these storms. Another small hail core south of Colorado City. That may end up in Sweetwater in about 45 minutes. Quarter to ping pong ball size hail with that. And that's going to be the main story with most of these linear storms tonight. Not all of them are going to be severe. The threat for tornadoes will be low, but not zero, and there could be some hail. As they make their way east of Highway 281, or at least approach Highway 281, we should see any severe storms weaken below severe limits as these storms start outrunning the instability axis. Remember, it's still March. We're not that unstable in terms of having a big, wide, warm sector with unstable air mass. This is a fairly concentrated corridor, about 125 miles wide. And once those storms get east of that corridor, the instability drops off considerably, so storms should weaken. There'll still be showers and storms and lightning and gusty winds and small hail, but not big scary hail, big scary tornadoes, etc. Pretty good bowing shape now from White Deer down to Groom. This is the potential, could have a brief spin-up tornado south of White Deer by about 3 miles. Otherwise, straight line winds up to 70 miles an hour as this line segment tends to move towards LaFours. Could eventually make it all the way towards McLean and Mobetti. I'm hoping this storm will actually accelerate, because if we can do that, it'll absorb these supercells and we can finally be done with them. Well, this thing's got a nasty hail core again. It looked weaker for 5 minutes, but the storm north of Paducah's got a nasty hail core again. Those of you in Quanah, heads up. Quanah to Goodlet. Angry supercell, big hail, potential tornado, heading your way. Crossing 287 in about 30-35 minutes. Potential for baseball size hail. So, that being said, let's do a reset. It is now after 7 p.m., the 13th of March, 2021. A severe weather outbreak has impacted the Texas Panhandle and West Texas this afternoon. We've had multiple significant tornadoes. We've had multiple reports of big hail. We've heard of some damage, especially with a long-track tornado that went north of Happy, south of Canyon, up to near 287. And we've heard some other reports of more sporadic damage. So let's switch that. We'll go ahead and turn on the weather radar. We'll switch on some satellite data. This might look a little weird. That's actually just... it's not too bad. Let me see what this does. Oh, by the way, that pink's dust. There's a lot of blowing dust over here. See if I can see what this does. That'll work. Here's a loop over the last hour as it loads. The oranger air, that's drier air behind the dry line. You can see greener, more moist air ahead of the dry line and squall line, and the white, those are upper level clouds. So you can see we're getting out of the discrete supercellular phase and into a squall line linear phase. That'll help reduce the tornado threat. I think, unless something drastic happens, we're probably done with the long track significant tornadoes. That being said, a few tornadoes remain possible this evening, and if you get hit by one, it's going to be a big deal to you. Damaging straight line winds and the potential for hail also remain possible. Some of these storms are still producing big time hail. So, this had a 59-mile-an-hour wind gust report out of Garza County, 5 miles southwest of Graham in West Texas, not the one in North Texas. Let me turn weather warnings back on. But what we're expecting tonight, these storms will continue over the next several hours as they move east into the Concho Valley, the Big Country, in northwest Texas. As the storms get east of Wichita Falls and Abilene, relatively right around Highway 281, they are going to outrun the instability, which means they should weaken below severe limits. There's still going to be showers and storms late tonight, probably 2 to 3 a.m. in places like DFW, but they should not be severe. That is the good news. So this won't be a situation where we're going to have a line of severe storms across the entire eastern half of Texas tonight. They're going to weaken. It's still going to rain and storm, but they're probably not going to be severe once they get into North Texas, etc., in the hill country. Still got to deal with a severe weather threat for the next few hours, though. So let me go ahead and stop this. We'll turn off the fancy-smancy satellite data. We'll turn off the regional radar, and we will head back to the high-res local radar. And we'll zoom on in and take a look-see at what we have going on here. Looks like some wind-driven golf ball-size hail and white deer down to just south of Groom. Little Boeing segment showing up there. Take a look at the velocity. Could have a spin-up tornado about 3 miles southeast of White Deer. Otherwise, straight line winds up to 70 miles an hour there. A bit of a circulation still showing up on Highway 152 west of Mobetti. That's going to be moving northeast towards Canadian. The storm itself doesn't look as organized as it did, but that could also be because, one, there's a squall line, blocking part of the radar beam, and two, it's getting farther away from the radar. Ooh, that thing's got a big hail core again. Drink some water, since apparently I'm going to get the hiccups. Excuse me. All right. Paducah, you are in the clear from this severe storm. Other storms are back to your west that might bring some heavy rain and hail and wind in, but the tornado threat is now east of Paducah. Note a nice hook echo showing up again in the radar imagery. It looks like whatever reorganization this storm was going through about 10 minutes ago is trending back upward. Storm's going to be making its way towards Quanah and Goodlet in about 25-30 minutes. The potential for golf ball to baseball size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, and we're still going to be watching for the potential of a tornado. But at this point, it looks like they're going to let the tornado warning go and stick with a severe thunderstorm warning. All right, I'm going to check on Mr. Jason Cooley's stream, see what we got from him. By the way, Jason Cooley is streaming live on YouTube. And I will go ahead and make sure that video is also on our website. In just a second. All right, if you head over to our website, you'll be able to watch it. It's named March 13, 2021 Live Storm Chase, Memphis, Texas. You'll be able to watch his footage, and in fact, I'll just pop it live real quick. Looks like he's having some data issues, but we'll watch it real quick. If I recognize that correctly, he's passing through, I believe that's Childress. Yeah, it's Childress. You can see the sonic sign on the right. He's right at 287 and Highway 62 heading southeast. So he's going to have to book it if he wants to get to Quanah in time. Oh, that's about 25 miles. He'll be able to do that. Benefit of 75 mile an hour speed limit. So Mr. Cooley is passing through Childress, heading down towards the Supercell, moving up towards Quanah. So we'll keep an eye on his live feed, and I'm sure we'll be getting some views from that in about 20 minutes or so. I expect at least there's going to be one heck of a lightning show. So, that being said, you can watch that feed all you want. It's on our YouTube channel, Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube. You search for us. We're streaming this coverage, along with his stream dedicated to that also. So, you can watch that. In fact, I'm going to see if I can add that stream of his onto this view so we can all watch it simultaneously. We're having to do kind of a get-around method. Originally, we had a solution set up to where I'd be able to ingest his video directly into the program I'm using to stream this. But unfortunately, that solution didn't work out today, so we're actually using... I'm just ingesting his YouTube feed directly into my program. Which I can do because it's our video, but anyone else does that, they're going to be getting one heck of a bill. So what I'm going to do, real quick is you're going to see YouTube for a second. I'm going to make sure... Then we don't need any sound from him. Do that full screen. Let me go ahead and lower that down. And there you go. Now we'll watch Jason as he moves southeast. Why, is there an annoying scroll bar? Very sad. Oh, I got rid of the scroll bar. Oh, nope, I got the scroll bar back. That's what I get. You try clicking on the little box in that. Alright, I got a severe thunderstorm warning now for Ford and Hardman counties in northwest Texas for the severe storm moving up towards Quanah. I guess I need to open that chat room. So, we're going to have live video on the box below my bald head. That's going to be from Jason Cooley heading southeast out of Childress towards Quanah. And that's the main storm we're keeping an eye on right now. It's got a pretty good looking reflectivity signature at the moment. Nice hook echo, nice hail core, but we haven't heard any reports of a tornado. But it's also the middle of the night now, so it's kind of difficult to keep an eye on. The good news is, real quick, let's zoom back out. I'm going to head back to the Amarillo radar. The storm north or around Mobetti is weakening, so that's good. Hopefully we'll be done with that thing soon. There's still a bit of rotation, but it's weakening. Boeing squall line of doom has the potential for up to ping pong ball size hail, winds of 70 miles an hour, and brief tornadoes. You can see a little circulation right there. This is mainly straight line wind with brief tornadoes possible. And that's kind of the norm when you get these squall lines. You can get brief spin up tornadoes. Well, let's see if Mr. Jason Cooley's getting any lightning yet. He's heading down 287, and as you might imagine, sometimes data's not the best. His new data card actually got lost in the mail by the Postal Service, so it didn't arrive in time for this. He's having to use an old data provider, which isn't the most reliable, unfortunately, outside of cities. So eventually he'll have his beautiful 5G hotspot card, and there will be beautiful live streams galore, just not today. So this thing is big, bad, and it looks pretty mad right now. And that's going to be making its way up towards Quanah and Highway 287 over the next 20 to 25 minutes. So those of you in Quanah, you might want to get ready. If this thing doesn't stay just west of town, it's going to bring some pretty bad hail into town. Also could have the potential for a tornado. Now, there's no tornado warning right now, but we're watching it carefully. It's obviously got a hook echo. It's got a very good hook echo, but the rotation is still a bit disorganized. That being said, wouldn't be the most unusual thing in the world for this thing to try and ramp back up and go tornado warned again. So those of you in Quanah, those of you in Goodlet, keep an eye on this thing. And this does seem to be our most intense thunderstorm at the moment, so that's why we're talking about it. And thanks to all of those, by the way, I just want to exit that mode for a second. Thank you to all those who have been sending us stars and, you know, all the small donations on YouTube and Facebook. I've seen a couple of them. I haven't been able to keep track, but we really do appreciate it. Normally I'd be out storm chasing. I mean, you've seen some of my videos over the years, but this year we decided to try something new. I'm going to try and stay in the office or the studio while everyone else goes out storm chasing. That way we can provide more regular coverage of severe weather events, both from the field and from in-house, like what I've been doing for the last several hours. So thank you very much. It means a lot. It's helpful, buys me a cup of coffee. I'm going to need coffee. So I just wanted to take a minute and acknowledge that and thank you. And now back to severe weather coverage. Supercell, angry hook, potential for golf ball size, hail plus, winds of 70 miles an hour moving northeast up towards Quanah. Give it about 20 minutes. It's going to be on 287. Looks like Jason, based on his wipers, is now dealing with some of the initial precipitation from that storm. as that moves over 287 and Kirkland area. So hail core is still well south of 287. It's north of 70. Looks like the potential for 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Pampa to Groom over the next 20 minutes. Oh, good. Well, guess we're going back up here. Yep, little bow echoes trying to be a little Bowie, and now it's shooting straight line winds out. So, okay, we're going to turn some of these off. Strong winds, 65, 75 miles an hour, possible in Pampa, LaForge, west of McLean, Groom, Howardwick over the next 20 to 30 minutes as a line of severe thunderstorms moves off to the east. Let me go ahead and see if I can get this to loop without my program trying to go kabooyah. Let me see if I can make it look a little less like that and more like that. See, this bow echo is actually making its way northeast towards Pampa. So Pampa, LaForge, you're about to get golf ball size hail, winds of 70, 75 miles an hour in Pampa. Storms a little farther south near Groom are a bit weaker, but still could have quarter to golf ball size hail, winds of 65 miles an hour. Supercell, responsible for all of this mess earlier from McLean north, is weakening. Frankly, I don't think that's going to be tornadic much longer. That's good. We have other storms that are trying to be borderline severe, but are not right now, from Headley to just south of McLean. Small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain possible with those, but in the eastern Panhandle, the main focus right now is on these angry-looking Boeing line segments from near White Deer to Pampa. That'll be impacting eventually LaForge and, well, Pampa here in a few minutes, up to Miami. Could eventually impact areas between Canadian and Wheeler. Now potential for 80-mile-per-hour winds from near, Kings Mill up to Pampa. So this is a pretty dangerous situation. A situation in which I'd recommend those of you in Pampa to go ahead and treat this as a tornado warning. Potential for winds, hurricane force winds of 80 miles per hour now in Pampa and LaForge over the next 10 to 15 minutes. We note there's also the potential for golf ball size hail to be driven by those hurricane force winds. Wind-driven hurricane force hail will cause significant damage if it occurs. Those of you in Pampa should treat this as you would a tornado warning. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, especially west-facing windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is a mean storm. It could produce a brief tornado, but frankly, the straight line winds are just as concerning now because they're up to 80 miles an hour. And there's the potential for hail, so those of you in Pampa need to take shelter. This is a dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing 80-mile-per-hour winds and large hail. Jason, that's the stream you're looking at below my big bald head, is approaching Quanah, Texas. Intercepting Angry Supercell heading that way, and its hail core is going way up. Wow. Jason's not known to shy away from hail core, so we might get some interesting hail video. So again, Pampa, go ahead and treat this like you would a tornado warning. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We could have winds of 75 to 80 miles an hour, along with large hail coming into town shortly. Let's go back down and say hello to Angry Scary Hailer. We may have big wind up north, but ooh, is this thing a big hailer. This is your classic West Texas baseball, softball size hailer. Moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour, the potential for baseball-size hail, if not a bit larger, as the hail core continues to intensify aloft. Winds up to 70 miles an hour. We could even see a brief tornado. This is moving towards Quanah. Quanah. Have I said that enough yet? This is going to be in Quanah in about 20 to 25 minutes. It's 7:26 right now, so by 7:45, I'd bet on this being on Quanah's doorstep. Pampa, I would recommend you being in your safe place in addition to 80-mile-an-hour straight-line winds. We could see a quick tornado spin-up. Starting to see a broader circulation develop up there, actually. So let's go ahead and go back on up to Pampa and keep an eye on that. It's going to be an interesting few minutes. You see a little bit of an appendage now developing just east of Highway 70 south of Pampa. What I'm going to do is switch to the which way the wind is blowing mode. You can see we definitely do have some circulation trying to get going. That doesn't mean we have a tornado, mind you, but it's certainly a strong indication that we have very severe straight-line winds about to move into Pampa. Winds 70 to 80 miles an hour. And a brief tornado is certainly possible, but to be frank, at this point, it doesn't matter if it's straight-line winds of 80 miles an hour or a tornado of 80 miles an hour. Both can produce damage, and frankly, based off the latest radar, which we'll switch to now, it's probably hailing like no tomorrow in Pampa right now. We'll get that radar scan now, and you can see that is bad. That is a bad. That is bad hail. Pampa, I am sorry. Y'all are probably getting absolutely slammed with hail right now. I haven't heard what size yet, but it's certainly possible y'all are getting ping pongs or something. Potential for 80-mile-an-hour winds in Pampa. Potential for a spin-up tornado southeast of Pampa. Looks like we might have a tornado trying to spin up about 1 to 2 miles south of Highway 273 and Highway 171. 273 and 171. A potential tornado trying to spin up about 1 to 2 miles south of that, moving northeast. That would make it move towards, potentially, just north of LaForce. So don't be shocked if we end up having to get a tornado warning here, but Pampa, you should already be in your shelters, because I told you to do that 5 minutes ago before the scary wind hail of doom arrived, and now there's scary wind hail of doom in Pampa. So that is not good when you get white on the radar in combination with very strong winds. So Pampa, hunker down. It's going to be a rough few minutes. This will be out of there in 5 to 10 minutes. Potential for a developing tornado, again, just southeast of Pampa. We might have a brief tornado trying to spin up. It's showing up on velocity data. There's no tornado warning right now, but they might have to issue one if that signature continues. The circulation east of Miami, moving up towards Canadian with the original discrete supercell, that thing's gone. So, up in the Panhandle, our main storm to watch for now is this thing near Pampa. I'll tell you, the more this thing, it's really trying to take on more of a supercellular appearance versus a bow echo, which would be quite problematic. But let's go ahead and switch. Let's go back south and take a look at this storm again. That's approaching Quanah. Quanah, 15 to 20 minutes. Potential for golf ball to baseball size hail. Winds up to 70. Can't rule out a brief tornado. Mr. Jason Cooley is heading that way, and we'll get a view from him, assuming the cell towers don't get blown away by hail or wind or whatever. It's not great cell coverage on his provider down there anyway, but that's why we bought a new fancy hotspot. That never showed up in the mail. I'm only a little butthurt. All right. Keeping an eye on that. Looks like the storm coming up on Quanah might be undergoing some reorganization again. We'll see how that goes. Let's go back up to Pampa now. Hail core continues in Pampa. Should be moving out of Pampa within the next 5 to 7 minutes, but hail continues in Pampa, especially on the east sides of town. Strong winds and the potential for maybe a brief tornado on the southeast, very far southeast side of Pampa, 273 and 171. No tornado warning in place. Signature looks less impressive than it did a few minutes ago. Still probably have strong winds and hail in Pampa. Very strong winds moving towards LaForce. That's a very nasty rear flank downdraft showing up. Radar showing winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour. It could be heading toward LaForce next. So heads up LaForce. Let's go ahead and look farther south. Good news is there's the strongest storms are staying north of I-40 for now. And we're going to be keeping an eye on any of these other storms trying to fire up ahead of the primary two storms. But otherwise, it's pretty quiet across West Texas now. Have some severe storms still continuing down in the eastern Permian Basin, western Concho Valley, with a squall line now from Roton to Ruby to just west of Sweetwater, all the way south to west of Robert Lee, east of Sterling City. Could have winds up to 60, 65 miles an hour and the potential for some hail. All right, got a new tornado warning now. Looks like it's going to be a tornado warning for Ford and Hardin counties in northwest Texas. It's going to be for Quanah. So again, it is 7:32 p.m. I'm David Reimer at the Texas Storm Chasers. A tornado warning now for portions of northwest Texas. It's going to be for Ford and Hardin counties until 8 p.m. at 7:31 p.m. Central Standard Time. Only Standard Time for another few hours, by the way. A possible tornado located 4 miles east of Swearingen, moving northeast at 40. Tornado possible along with hail up to 2 inches in diameter. So we have a tornado warning now. This does include the city of Quanah. Quanah, if you are listening by chance, tornado warning includes you. You need to go ahead and enact your tornado safety plan. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You're probably not going to be seeing much from Quanah or Goodlet. You're going to have to deal with the precipitation first. So, it's been upgraded to a tornado warning again. This is going to be moving into Quanah and across Highway 287 in about 15 to 20 minutes. We advise no travel between Chillicothe and Childress for at least the next 45 minutes. That includes Highway 287. That includes any commercial vehicles. That includes any spring breakers. And that really includes those who might have the tornado warning go off on your phone. You think, oh, it's okay, we can just drive through it. And then for some reason, there's a tornado down when this thing crosses 287 and you end up getting hit by it. We've seen too many people ignoring warnings today because they're traveling along on the interstate or the highway thinking it's okay. No! We had a mile-wide tornado cross I-27 earlier, and it flipped a bunch of vehicles. Well, let's go ahead and take a full-screen look at... Well, I guess I need to make sure, first off, it's actually loaded. And then we'll take a full-screen look. Actually, you know what? We'll just stay with the live video. Did I never push that live? Apologies. Here's Jason Cooley's live stream, by the way, which I'd been talking about earlier, but apparently never pushed live. He is approaching Quanah to intercept the now tornado warned supercell coming up towards Quanah from the southwest. So we've got that. Let's head back up into the Panhandle, see how Pampa is faring. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging straight-line winds and very large hail. Quarter-size hail reported in Pampa. Hail core is exiting Pampa to the east now, so that is good. Winds 70 to 80 miles an hour heading right towards LaFours. This is the radar estimated wind, and radar's estimating winds well over 70 miles an hour. Could be even higher. As they start moving east. Now, let's go ahead and head back to Stormy number 2, and that's going to be the one coming up on Quanah. You can see definitely, it's noisy, but there's definitely rotation showing up on the weather radar. Winds moving towards the radar shown in blue and green. Winds moving away from the radar shown in red. Reflectivity structure, definitely a hook echo there and a hail core moving up towards Quanah in Goodlet. If you're in Goodlet in Quanah, you are under a tornado warning. That means seek shelter now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you are traveling, do not travel between Childress and Chillicothe for at least another 45 minutes. It's 7:36 now. Don't go through at least 8:15. If you're in a vehicle between or around Quanah when this storm comes up, you need to find sturdy shelter. Stop at a gas station, a travel plaza, one of the above. I can't remember exactly where the TxDOT Travel Plaza is in this area, but it has tornado shelters in it. I believe it's between Quanah and Childress. So if you come up on one of the TxDOT Travel Plazas, they have tornado shelters. You can stop there and seek safe shelter. If you're in Quanah and you're traveling, you can stop at one of the travel plazas, a Love's, a Flying J, a Pilot, or a gas station, a hotel, or restaurant, and you can seek shelter there. And this is going to be in Quanah within the next 15 minutes or so. All right, we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to leave the live stream on, but I need to go find something to eat just real quick. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes or less. We'll leave the live stream on, and actually, if I can, I'll just pop in Jason's stream. And we'll do that. That's going to take me just a minute, so... And again, you can watch Jason Cooley's live stream from the field on our website at texasstormchasers.com, or just go to our YouTube account on YouTube, and the stream's right there. So, without further ado, let me go ahead and we'll play this. And I will return in just a moment. I'm David Reimer with the Texas Storm Chasers. Be right back. This is going to be Jason Cooley near Quanah, Texas. I'm David Reimer with the Texas Storm Chasers. Apologies for that. Alright, back to Jason.
Definitely imminent with how strong rotation we had earlier.
Jason is currently near Quanah, Texas, watching a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado coming up from his south and his west. I'm David Reimer at the Texas Storm Chasers, taking a quick dinner break. Jason's looking southwest from near Quanah on Highway 287. I will be right back. Otherwise, let y'all listen in to Mr. Well, I press buttons again. That's what I get.
Yeah, all right. You admire.
I'll let y'all listen in to Mr. Jason Cooley.
Admired a few times. Pretty satisfying for March in Texas.
Hey, look, I'm unmuted. Well, at least I only noticed 30 seconds after this time. Alright, it is the 13th of March, 2021, 7:51 p.m. on Saturday. A regional severe weather outbreak has been underway for several hours now across the Texas Panhandle, West Texas, now extending into northwest Texas. First off, line of severe storms capable of producing large hail, potentially ping-ponged a golf ball, and winds of 70 miles an hour, moving up towards Canadian, Mobetti, and Wheeler. Pampa had hail and high winds. Miami's about to get some interesting wind and hail as well. Had a report of quarter-size hail in Pampa. Honestly, I thought it'd be a bit bigger, so maybe that's a good omen. Those storms are moving northeast. Have a tornado warning for Quanah as a supercell capable of producing very large hail and damaging wind gusts makes its way to just the west of Quanah. That's the good news. We have a nice hook echo, that's for sure. Hail potentially up to the size of golf balls, along with a tornado, will be crossing Highway 287 about, let's say 4 to 5, maybe 6 miles west of Quanah here in a few minutes. Very good velocity signature, to be honest. I didn't expect it to be that good after being gone for 5 minutes. Could easily be a tornado, in which case we'll probably be seeing it here in a moment, assuming Mr. Cooley's stream is kind enough to return. But potential tornado will be crossing Highway 287 about 6 to 7 miles west of Quanah in the next 5 minutes. After that, it's going to be heading up towards El Dorado, Oklahoma. Eventually maybe a threat to Altus, Oklahoma. Technically out of our coverage area, but we may keep an eye on it anyway, because let's be honest, we love southwest Oklahoma. It's a fun place to chase. So, again, possible tornado crossing 287 in the next 5 minutes, about 6 to 7 miles northwest of Quanah in northwest Texas. Travel on 287 is strongly discouraged between Childress and Chillicothe for at least the next 20 minutes. There very well may be a tornado right there. Latest scan, gate-to-gate circulation, very near 287. I'm honestly really curious. Let's go ahead and switch back and see if we can get Jason's stream to come back up. Jason is in near Quanah, Texas. And it's entirely possible he is witnessing a tornado right now. We're just going to have to wait and see if his stream will come back up. But again, we're watching Jason Cooley's live stream. Frozen as it may be, but still live. Near Quanah, Texas, a bit west of town, near Goodlet. Strong indications a tornado is developing based on the radar velocity, which you see in the top left corner. It's going to be red moving away from the radar, green moving towards the radar, gate to gate in the middle there with bright red to bright green. So if we can get Jason's stream to come back up, we may witness a tornado. Nevertheless, let's get back to the full screen coverage, and we'll keep watching for Jason's video to return. Strong evidence of a tornado now crossing very near Highway 287, several miles west. West of Quanah. Let's see. I'm gonna call him. I think you've got a tornado coming at you.
Really?
Look at velocity.
Yeah.
Inside that hook, yeah, there's pretty good signatures.
Alright, well, we are near that path. However, I don't see anything. There's a point of dark path, that I was radar see signatures. Nothing out in front of me.
Yeah, it'd be rain wrapped probably, so just keep an eye out for power flashes. Very,
Alright.
yeah, very good signature going all the way up through several thousand feet, so it's ramping up.
Yeah, we're clear of the path, so as far as our safety goes, we're okay.
Okay.
Just seeing a lot of lightning.
Alright, yeah. Let me... Looks like the radar just updated. If you want to give me just a second, I can tell you what the... Now that is updated. Yeah, something's trying to happen, so... You might see something.
Yeah, I was just saying, it looks like a debris ball signature. The way it's looking, there's that brighter band in that arc, it's crazy, but...
Yeah, no correlation coefficient drop, but, well, there's the latest signature. Whatever's there should be just north of 287 now.
Right. Yeah, just judging by the reflectivity, it's nuts. And velocity is just having a hard time really tightening up. It's just massive inflow, massive outflow. I think it's elevated, so it's not really tightening up from the top down.
Yeah, it just browned out a little bit again, but they just put a new tour out on it.
Yeah, I mean, the way today's been, the tornado can still drop at any time, but it just has that kind of, like, surface base and decoupled kind of look to it, like, no.
Alright, I'm David Rambert, the Texas Storm Chasers. Yes, I know I was muted. Nice couplet showing up now. Potential tornado north of Goodlet. We're going to do, assuming y'all can hear me, going to be north of Goodlet. Goodlet's going to be the town right where those city streets are. Circulation's going to be a few miles north of that. As you heard from Jason as I was on the phone with him, it looks fairly... It's difficult to see anything. This is a very high precipitation supercell with a lot of rain wrapping around these circulations. So we're just going to have to wait and see. Jason's, the live video you're looking at right now, he's looking straight into that, and, I mean, you've seen some of the lightning. It's just a lot of rain hiding the area of circulation. But if there's a tornado, it's going to be about 3 to 4 miles north of Goodlet, or about 9 miles northwest of Quanah. If you're in Goodlet and Quanah from 287 south, you are clear of this tornado. If you are between Quanah, Goodlet, and the Red River in El Dorado, Oklahoma, you need to be in shelter now, especially between Goodlet and El Dorado, Oklahoma. This thing's going to be crossing the Red River very near Highway 6, and there's a pretty good indication on radar we might have a tornado trying to develop. So we're just going to have to wait and see. That being said, let's go ahead and switch back to me. We'll keep an eye on Mr. Cooley's live stream and see if we see anything interesting. Let's head back up into the Panhandle of Texas, see what's going on in the northeastern Panhandle. Severe storms are now north and east of Pampa, and they look quite unhappy, that's for sure. The potential for quarter to golf ball size hail, winds up to 70 miles an hour, including with this storm heading up towards Canadian. So let's go ahead and switch. You can see we do definitely have areas of strong straight line winds showing up on the radar. Radar detecting winds of 65, 70 miles an hour. And these storms are moving northeast in a hurry at about 43 miles per hour, 45 miles an hour. See if there's any. We'll do this. You can see these are moving northeast. Should be into Canadian within about 20 to 25 minutes. So these storms are moving northeast, could eventually impact Canadian in 20 minutes, Higgins in about an hour. Mobetti might pass north of Wheeler if it doesn't form farther south, which is showing signs of trying to do. So if that happens, we're going to end up having some hail and wind issues in Wheeler. Otherwise, we're going to take a look at the severe storms in the Concho Valley and Big Country. Looks like they're beginning to take aim at Abilene and San Angelo. We've got a line of severe storms capable of producing winds up to 60 miles an hour or so, and quarter-size hail moving east. I assume east-northeast at about 45 miles an hour. Storms are going to be into Abilene, Anson in about within the hour, or an hour. I guess this hour is 8:05. Now we've got a severe storm currently southeast of Robert Lee. That's going to be moving towards Ballinger. And that storm could produce quarter-size hail winds of 60 as well. And then we have more storms southwest of San Angelo, west of San Angelo. This one west of San Angelo may or may not skirt just north of town. Could have some gusty winds. Hail doesn't look as impressive as the others. And we have other scattered storms extending all the way southwest through Big Lake, around west of Ozana. Otherwise, our only tornado warning right now is going to be for this thunderstorm that is north of Quanah now, moving up into Oklahoma. But for now, we'll go ahead and keep an eye on things. We're going to switch back to Jason Cooley's stream full screen, And we'll keep an eye on things. I'm David Reimer of Texas Storm Chasers, heading back over to Jason Cooley, where he is near Quanah, Texas, following a tornado-warned supercell as it heads towards southwestern Oklahoma, El Dorado, and eventually Altus, Oklahoma. All right, good afternoon. It's not afternoon anymore, but good evening. I'm David Reimer with the Texas Storm Chasers. It's 8:15 p.m. on the dot, the 13th of March, 2021. You've been watching live storm chasing video from Jason Cooley. He's been watching a tornado-warned supercell north of Quanah, Texas, now moved into southwestern Oklahoma near El Dorado, or El Dorado, however you prefer. This is a radar loop over the last 3 hours. You can see that we have generally started to finally calm down. We've quit having discrete supercells for the most part. We're now dealing with line segments. One severe line segment is currently progressing east-northeastward in a hurry across the Texas Panhandle, northeastern Texas Panhandle, moving towards Wellington and Canadian. Potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail and wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour. Southern section of the squall line from near Aspermont down to just west of Abilene, now to San Angelo, capable of producing quarter-size hail and the potential for winds up to 65 miles an hour, and along with plenty of blowing dust. The only discrete supercell that we've been dealing with now has been the single cell that is now moving into southwestern Oklahoma, which, as they say, is not our problem. I love you, southwestern Oklahoma, I do, but we're not named Southwest Oklahoma Storm Chasers. One day, perhaps, we'll expand to include parts of Oklahoma, wink, wink, but not today. All right, we are going to zoom on in. We'll take a look at it anyway, because, frankly, why not? I'm sure someone could give me a reason. I just don't care. So, we'll pop on in and take a peek at the discrete supercell. Tornado warning now has almost exited Texas. Technically, it's still in effect. We'll keep an eye on it, but we'll head over to the which way the wind is blowing mode. Oh, for heaven's sake, I hate de-aliasing failures. Main circulation is just west of El Dorado now. Secondary circulation right on the Red River, several miles west of Highway 6. Regardless, this is going to be in Oklahoma shortly. So let's go ahead and take a look at our severe thunderstorms. And we're going to start off with the eastern Texas Panhandle and take a peeky-weeky at the squall line. Yes, I've resorted to using such words. Get to calm down now. I get to have a little more fun in terms of how I phrase things, because we're not dealing with scary tornadoes. So we do have a line of severe thunderstorms capable of producing winds up to 70 and quarter to ping pong ball size hail. They're going to be moving into Canadian shortly, along with Highway 83. Canadian, should pass, well, I say that. I was going to say pass north of Wheeler, but it looks like we got a little tail end Shirley trying to form. So storms will probably still make it into... I said this 20 times earlier, but I can't remember how to say it now. Mobity? Whatever. Into Wheeler. So let's go ahead and see what the wind is showing up as. You see, these are so far away from the radar now, it's not easy to get a handle on the wind. Nevertheless, surface observations have indicated winds of maybe 60 to 70 miles an hour. Some small hail possible with that as well. Let's go ahead and drop on south into the Concho Valley and Big Country. We'll take a look at what's going on down here. Scattered storms, some of them are severe, capable of producing hail and localized damaging wind gusts. Looks like, unless this storm west of Mertzen manages to turn right a bit and make it into the Panhandle, we're not going to have to make it into the Panhandle, facepalm, make it into San Angelo. That'll probably stay north. Otherwise, the storm northwest of Mertzen could produce quarter-size hail winds up to 60. We do have storms that are now not severe, making their way into the Big Country from near Aspermont to Anson to Abilene. Those are moving east at probably 40 to 45 miles an hour. The potential for small hail winds up to 55 miles an hour. Can't rule out a couple of hailstones around quarter size, but those are mostly behaving themselves right now. The most intense storms continue to be the ones up in the northeastern Texas Panhandle, and the severe storm that has made its way into southwestern Oklahoma. We're going to actually take another look at this because, again, why not? You can see a bit of a hook echo developing now west of El Dorado, Oklahoma. Moving northeast, this could eventually be a threat to areas west of Altus, Duke, Oklahoma, Martha, and Blair. Staying west of Altus, staying west of the Air Force Base in Altus, crossing over Highway... I can't remember what highway that is. Highway 62, about 15 miles west of Altus. We'll switch over to the which way the wind is blowing mode, and maybe it'll be nicer to me, and it does. And there is some broad rotation showing up here, northwest of El Dorado, whatever. Moving northeast towards Duke. Should stay east of Gold, cross Highway 62 around Duke, staying west of Altus. Eventually may go visit Mangum. I've been there, seen tornadoes there. March 18th, 2012. Was a friend's birthday. He didn't see the tornadoes, but I did. He was very upset. No, that has nothing to do with what's going on right now, but I've been doing this now for 6 hours, so yeah. But at this point, there are no tornado warnings in the state of Texas. The tornado warning technically, I guess, includes like 3 square miles of the Red River of the Texas side, but it's pretty much out of Texas. So we can't rule out a few more brief tornadoes this evening, especially with the squall line segments, but for all intent and purposes, the storms are relatively comparatively behaved compared to... I say compared like 3 times. Are behaving compared to what they were doing hours ago. Section of squall line making its way into Canadian and Highway 83 again. Quarter to ping pong ball size hail. We could have some wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour along with heavy rain. We have some strong to marginally severe storms in the Concho Valley, capable of producing some winds up to 60 miles an hour. We'll take a look at the radar, see if it's picking up on anything, and because it's perpendicular or parallel to the radar, it's not, but definitely can see the winds southwest of San Angelo near Murchison, potential for up to 60 mile an hour winds and blowing dust with that. Outflow boundary that's moved through San Angelo, not really any rain with it, but looks like it probably did gust up to probably 55 to 60. I have no doubt this little outflow boundary showing up from east of San Angelo, north of El Dorado, could have 50 to 55 mile an hour wind gust and probably a wall of dust accompanying it, unfortunately, because there's nothing more fun than having a dust storm at 8:30 at night in March. So, with all that being said, looks like we could still have severe storms this evening across the eastern Panhandle until they exit and move into Oklahoma, with some scattered to isolated severe weather in the Concho Valley and Big Country. Again, the potential for hail up to the size of ping pong balls and spots, mostly going to be smaller than that, along with wind gusts of 50, 60, maybe 70 miles an hour. Otherwise, we should see storms weaken in the Concho Valley and Big Country as they continue marching eastward and start outrunning the instability axis. Storms will remain possible overnight in North Texas, Central Texas, maybe some showers in East Texas, but those are not expected to be severe. And then we will remain relatively quiet until the potential for a few severe storms Tuesday afternoon and Tuesday night in North Texas up into Oklahoma. And then, in terms of severe weather, we're keeping an eye not on Texas, but out east. A relatively large severe weather event may occur on Wednesday. I guess that technically does include Far East Texas, so we'll keep an eye on it. But this is the severe weather outlook for Wednesday. Already a large highlighted level 2 risk, or just a risk of severe storms, from a good pretty much all Louisiana, Arkansas, parts of Kentucky and Missouri, southern Illinois. That's not Illinois. Yeah, it is Illinois. Western half of Tennessee, much of Alabama, Mississippi, even parts of the Florida Panhandle. We're probably going to see some higher risks introduced into this, and it could end up being a fairly significant severe weather day. I have no doubt we might actually have some folks from our team out east chasing on Wednesday, and who knows, maybe I'll be one of them. We'll see. But either way, we should have a couple days of quiet weather. We'll keep an eye on Tuesday in case we get a few storms firing off the dry line, but otherwise, the main story for the remainder of the night will be a couple of severe storms capable of producing quarter to ping pong ball size hail, localized wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour, and we still can't rule out a few brief tornadoes, but I think the long track, angry, being on the ground for 50-mile tornado issue is done. So, let's check in with Jason one more time, see what he's doing. I believe he's heading southeast on 287. I believe he's calling it quits. I don't think he's going to follow the storm into Oklahoma. They obviously need to go eat dinner because they're laughing hysterically for no reason and having some random conversation. They're talking about dinner. This is a great way to end it. Live severe weather coverage. This is a perfect way to end severe weather coverage after a long day. I really hope this audio's playing. Talking about tuna sandwiches from Subway. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the life of storm chasing. But anyway, we'll go ahead and end our severe weather. He brought his trombone with him. Good heavens. Well, we've reached that point. Jason Cooley's playing a trombone. So with that being said, both Jason and I, we're going to quit our live coverage for now. I'll continue watching storms, no doubt, but with no tornado warnings in effect for the state of Texas, we're going to get to take a much-deserved break. As Jason said, we really do appreciate the super chats, the Facebook stars. We don't ask for it during severe weather coverage, but we appreciate it. We're doing something new this year where I'm normally out chasing. I'm staying in the office to provide severe weather coverage digitally during bigger events, not only for the eastern half of Texas, but obviously the western half too. So Jason and most of our team was out chasing today. The one guy who couldn't chase, Alex Bartholomew, is currently... someone's going to have to go sit on him, probably. He's not happy. But again... we're glad to hear we haven't heard of any injuries today. We're glad to hear that the tornado that passed north of Happy, south of Canyon, Texas, was certainly a violent tornado. It looks like it was probably down for over 50 miles. It might not have been, but either way, if that had hit a town, oh, that would have been really bad. So we are blessed that we were able to avoid big-time tornado damage today, at least on a larger scale. Some folks have still been impacted, unfortunately, and hopefully we hear their stories in the coming days and ways we can help them. But again, thank you for all your support. It's early in the season. It's only March 13th. Things didn't always go right today. We started out rough, but we got in the groove of things, and hopefully in any upcoming events this spring, we're able to bring you live video more consistently from the field, and then we're able to bring more digital severe weather coverage. So again, thank you very much for your support. Thanks for tuning in. We'll keep an eye on the storms this evening as a line of storms moves east across the remainder of the eastern Texas Panhandle into the Big Country and Concho Valley. But at just before 8:30 p.m. on the 13th of March, after 4 hours of constant streaming and about 6 hours overall, we're going to take a break. So I'm David Reimer with TexasStormChasers.com on behalf of the entire team. Thanks for tuning in today. Thanks for your support. We'll talk to y'all again soon.